Hello and welcome to Phillip Island for round number 5 of the AK Racing EV8 Supercars. My name is Matt Nipris, and joining me tonight, although they are both away from their computers at the moment, or at least one is, and one is currently racing in the server at the moment, that will be joining me in the commentary box will be Steve Duro, and I have absolutely messed that up. Let's try that again. Steve Duro and Turk Simmons. So we'll be hearing from those two gentlemen a little bit later tonight. Fortunately, Steve is just away from his computer at the moment, so he'll be joining us momentarily. Great to have someone like Steve Duro in the commentary box tonight. Let's have a quick look at what is happening with tonight's racing. And actually, let's have a look at the drivers' standings. We are currently waiting for the start of Grid 2's race, so let's run through some of the championship points. So at the very top we have Connor Bell in the Ford Mustang from DJR Team Hungry Jacks, followed by Turk Simmons, who will be joining us a little bit later tonight in the commentary box. French, Wright, McIntosh, McKenzie, Bretherton, Hallett, Van Wingard, and Wu rounding out the top 10. And then all the way down to Rosella, down in 27th position. So as we just get rid of that for a few seconds, let's have a quick look at what's remaining in the calendar. So as you can see, we still got a long way to go in this 5th season of AK Racing's EV8 Championship. So as you can see, we are up to round number 5. We still have quite a few races to go, including the 4 enduro events, which is going to be quite entertaining to watch, I'm sure. The Bathurst 1000, Gold Coast 600, the Sandown and Watkins Glen Enduros. Make sure you are subscribed or following Go Race Promotion so you don't miss those events. They're going to be a lot of fun, I think. Right, in the meantime, let's have a look at what we are racing at. We are looking... That is not going to plan. Let me try that again. There we go. That's better. Right. So we're having a look at the track. So it is Phillip Island. If you have not heard of this place, what rock have you crawled out from underneath? Of course, one of the oldest tracks in Australia. It was the home of the Armstrong 500. Layout, I don't think really has changed too much, although they have probably upgraded the facilities, made them a little bit more safer, and maybe even made it a little bit faster as well. So 4.45 kilometres, 12 corners, average speed 174 kilometres per hour. It is a fast track. Expected pole time, we're looking at a 130 or at least a sub 130. Track highlights, turn 2 and 3. Multiple hairpins, of course, Honda hairpin, which is turn number 4, maybe turn 5, depending on how you count the corners. Lukey Heights, of course, that massive roller coaster sort of ride over the hill and down into the final hairpin, and then a traction limited final sector. Of course, V8 Supercars, very traction limited at the best of times, so that is going to be handing out a bit of a challenge to our drivers tonight. Let's go to the track as we will join Donnelly. So yeah, will take us for a quick lap around the circuit. Eventually, Goldie Bros, welcome back to the chat, mate. Good to have you back as usual. In fact, I have forgotten to do something, so just bear with me, everyone. Totally forgot to share the stream on the Go Race Promotions Discord. So, absolute amateur hour here. Right, let's see. I think we can close that. Goldie Bros, this isn't Mount Panorama. No, it isn't. It's Phillip Island. Good of you to notice. Let's see. go. Now we're done actually just fiddling around with self-promotion. Let's get back to the track. Try and find someone who has just started a lap. That is not going to plan for me. So I'll just stick with Donnelly for now, as he proves just how sensitive these cars are with traction and loses it out of turn number 2. So let's have a quick look at surely someone about to... Oh no, he's in the pit lane. Never mind. He's just... go. We'll find someone who's about to start a lap. Here we go. We got Ben McKenzie, one of the crowd favourites. Who better to take us for a ride around this circuit than a, well, chat favourite, I should say. As he tips it down this final hairpin. Downhill, hard to pull the car up, of course. Get rid of Stereo Carcel as well. As McKenzie rounds the final corner to start a new lap. Very important to get a good run out of the final corner. So from here on out, it is flat out. You should not be lifting at all until you get to turn number 1, and then it will be hard on the brakes. Back 1 gear. Tip it in nice and gently. He's done a really good job holding the line. And, well, he's binned it at turn number 2. So, unfortunately, he will not be taking us for a ride around the circuit. So, let's have a look at the current fastest driver on the track, which will be Strinsos. So, he's going to pick up where Ben McKenzie left off. So he heads through. He's going to drop it off as well, as he just hangs on to it. It goes for the double apex, which should get him some great drive out of, I think that's called Doing Corner, if I'm not mistaken. And now into Stoner Corner before we head into Honda Hairpin. All the way back down to first gear for Strinsos. Get the car rotated, nice and patient on the throttle. He gets a little bit of wheel spin before we start heading towards the hay shed around this long sustained left-hander that brings us up towards this run past the hay shed. And then onwards to Lukey Heights. Of course, this was the scene of where Craig Lowndes and I believe it was John Bowe ended up in the fence way back in 1996. A very odd accident over Lukey Heights. Then try to pull the car up while going downhill. Not an easy thing to do with a 1.5 ton of race car. But now it's just time to focus on maintaining traction through these last 2 corners. Don't burn out the tyres, don't get a slide on. Nice smooth exit onto the main straight, and this will be another quick lap. As you can see on the Delta, he's improved by 0.3 of a second. So Strinsos well and truly on the pace tonight in this practice session. We're just counting down towards the final last few minutes of the practice session before we jump into qualifying. About roughly 5 minutes before we start the qualifying session, as Strinsos runs a little bit wide in the Scandia Mustang. He has to avoid, I think that is Simmons just behind him. Yes, it is. Turk Simmons, who hopefully will be joining us in the commentary box a little bit later. As I believe he's having a really good run. Should know this. I'll just show the points. Let's have a quick look at the points. So, as we can see, Simmons currently running second in the championship. He is 50. No, sorry, let me get that right. 60 points behind Connor Bell. As well, speaking of Connor Bell, there he is right there. Puts it straight into the top spot as well. That's McKenzie, who's gone around. He's binned it just in front of us. All right, fine. You win. Bend over 69 yeet. You win, mate. You win. So as we get back to the action, Ben McKenzie having a bit of a spin in turn number 1. It's again very easy to do in the car, and then he loses it again. He hangs on to it. You just see Lee's also setting a time, 4 seconds off the pace. More drivers is just starting to make their way into the server, as Lee's has to go the long way around the SP Tools entry. Yeah, I'm going to be Twitch banned, Goldie Bros. Twitch banned. You heard it first here. I'll quickly stick with Connor Bell. 32.3. Now, of course, we had some predictions from the AK admins that we should be expecting a 1 minute 30 from our qualifying time, so we'll have to wait and see if that remains true. Connor Belly runs it off the track, and he sends it. Now, wow. Wow. Now, if you're if you're going to send it, that's how you send it. So Connor Bell, great demonstration of a proper send when you're about to die. We'll focus on Van Wingard in the Nissan. We have another car off the track. We'll try and find out who that is. It's not sure who that is, but we'll go back to Van Wingard. Dukes of Hazzard stuff. Replay, I can't give you a replay. It's a set of Corsa, unfortunately. No replay option with the original AC. As Van Wingard manages to get into 4th position, and I just heard a little cough there, which must be announcing the arrival of my co-commentator, Steve Duro. Welcome, Steve.
Yeah, how you going, man?
Yeah, not too bad. I'll just double check that you can actually see what I'm seeing.
Yep, I've got the screen running. So.
Oh, very good. Very good. Wasn't sure if I still had that up. But anyway, we are here at Phillip Island. Got any predictions for tonight?
Not really. I'll see what Quali does. You know, Phillip Island's always a good track with these cars, so see how it goes.
Now you have a fair bit of experience with these cars around the circuit, don't you? You've competed with AK V8 Supercars in the past, and unfortunately not taking part in it this season.
Yeah. I thought just to have a break with the V8s. They're definitely a different machine to drive. You know, some of these guys, you know, they're actually on the ball driving these cars. They're actually pretty fast. Oh, this is Grid 2, isn't it?
This is Grid 2.
Yeah. Some of these guys are pretty fast as well. So, yeah, they're an interesting car to drive. You know, different to the GT3s, which I prefer. But good to watch. They're really good to watch.
Yeah, speaking of GT3, you're actually the manager of GT Club, a new sim league that's come out, and yeah, we're going to be starting broadcasting with you guys soon as well. So very excited for that as well.
Yeah, it's be good for our guys to get some airtime. With our series, we just pretty much focus on a set of course GT3s. So I wanted to keep that alive, and yeah.
It's already been some pretty hard competition. I've been racing in that league, but obviously won't be racing anymore if I'm covering it. But certainly a lot of great names in there. I've got Dravelmere's in there, Tom Lauder's in there.
Yeah, Tom Lauder, Ben Ellis. There's a whole few, you know.
Yeah.
A few new guys that are actually quite quick. Yeah, it's been a trying season. High competition, you know.
Yeah,
good racing. Definitely good.
Definitely high competition. very much looking forward to starting that broadcast with you guys. I believe next week is the next round, final 2 rounds of the league as well. So
yeah, so next week will be a full night race at Yas Marina.
yeah, that's
Will
going to be
good
very
to watch.
exciting. Yep.
Yeah.
Night racing is something else. I can't believe we don't do it more often.
Yeah, it is weird why people don't do it. I guess a lot of tracks don't really have the setup for night racing, with the lights. But when a track is set up for it, it's amazing.
Hang on a second, I'm getting a little bit distracted there by McIntosh just driving around in the pit area there. Not sure what was going on there. Press the wrong button. Press the wrong button again. There we go. So, I don't know what he was doing. Is trying to drive out the back of the paddock. Yeah. Oh, good to see a couple of people just make a bit of a joke on the stream at least. Is that someone's horn? Could have sworn I was hearing a horn. I believe it's actually coming from one of the V-Power cars. Well, right on cue, McIntosh just deciding to do a bit of a burnout. I reckon he's watching the stream at the moment.
Just a bit of showing off.
Yeah. And also TF Smellish, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream, and also welcome to oh jeez, let me try and pronounce this name. Sixteen. Oh god, I don't know how to pronounce that one. That's a weird one. But anyway, thank you for the follow, mate. Those are the latest 2 followers. The channel here. So, server's just slowly getting populated. I guess now's a good time just to have a flick around the circuit and just have a look at some of the key points and then break the game. There we go. Got it back. Some of the... Oh, God almighty. This drone camera stuff is really, really difficult. Oh, I've broken it this time. I've really... Here we go. Right, we're just going to look at turn 1 this way. Obviously, expecting a lot of action into this first corner here. All the way down from
that corner is it's all about getting your entry correct. Quite technical corner to get right. You know, you'll see a lot of people going wide there, I reckon.
As I've broken the camera again, so we're just going to swap back. But it's not the button I wanted. Let's see if we can't just skip around the circuit to one of the first passing opportunities, and if you can be very brave and good on that middle brake pedal. Well, the middle pedal, I should say. I'm having a real struggle with English lately. I don't know why. But anyway, Honda hairpin. Good opportunity for a passing move. Yeah, well, when it goes wrong, you can expect to see a few pile-ups here.
Yeah. First lap is be one to watch, especially with the cold tires.
Yeah. Oh no, broken it again. Oh god, no. We're just gonna.
It must be just the track. I reckon it's just the track that just.
Yeah, it's just when you go into free cam, sometimes it'll do that if you go into the wrong position or something. I don't know why. We'll just try and stick to the circuit. I think do a lap around the track backwards. There we go. Can never remember. Oh, Siberia. That's right. Siberia. Great chance to get a run up towards Lukey Heights, and then well, from Lukey Heights you try and set up a move down into the into this hairpin here, but very risky move here, I reckon, just because of the downhill run into the hairpin. In fact, you're trying to pull up 1.5 tons of race car as well. It's we're certainly going to see some action here, I think.
Yeah, definitely get some body rubbing around there for sure.
Maybe even see a few bins as well. We're going to see a lot of bins tonight, I think. And
Yeah, like Phillip Island, like I said, it's a technical track. It's probably more suited for MotoGP than car uh, race cars, as I could say.
oh.
Oh yeah.
Oh. Off to Narnia for Ben McKenzie there. Oh, jeez. Now we got cars just heading out now, I think just to do their last chance of practice. So I think it's going to be hard to go past Connor Bell tonight. 132 already in practice. And it's looking like Van Wingard will be the most likely driver to take it up to him.
Yeah, there'll be a good battle between them two for sure.
We've got more people doing, but yeah, there we go. That's McIntosh.
Yeah, they're just testing out the longevity of their tyres here.
Oh, you think so? I think he's just practicing for the end of race line locker.
Ah,
Sound of things.
the end of race celebrations, are we?
Yeah, you can never be too prepared. That's a decent effort, I have to say. Look at that. That is outstanding. Well done to McIntosh, I reckon. Goldie Bros, that would have been the prime opportunity there to slap a couple of stickers on the stream there. But anyway, whatever. So see a couple of people practicing their pit entries as well, which is good to see. Very important to do in these league races, especially with pit lane penalty. Let's see if we can't find the pit lane limiter, or limiter line. There it is. So it's obviously very sensitive. Oh, there we go. We got another. Oh, there we go. We've just got an emote thanks to Flubberoo's subscription. Thank you for the resubscription as well.
Oh, that's Flubber, James Delaney, yeah.
Yeah. Well, thanks for that.
Did you say Flubberoo?
Flubber. That's what it says on the chat. That's what it says on the chat. Ooh, Flubberoo. There we go. We got a new emote there. Thank you very much. What the hell was that? Oh, that's a photo. All right. I might as well have a look around the circuit, see if we can't find something funny. I like to think that some of the track map makers, they hide a few Easter eggs for everyone.
Yeah, you do. With some maps, you do find some funny stuff. I've seen some.
Oh, we got a path here. Going investigating. We got a house. What on earth?
Is that guy taking a selfie?
I don't know what he's doing.
Cam.
Path to Narnia, yeah. But oh, look at that. What is that camera?
Oh, that's yesteryear,
no.
man.
Oh no, broken it. Hang on, let me reset. We're going back. We're going back, fellas, because I want to look at this camera. He's not even holding it in the right direction. The lens is facing. Oh dear. Someone teach that spectator how to take photos, please. Let's sit at Lukey Heights and watch these cars fly over the hill. So we see that must be Van Wingard there in the Nissan, or it could be Williams. Number 5 there. I think that's Connor. Not really sure though. This will be a better view. Get down nice and low. Nice and low. There we go. There we go. Perfect. So, obviously this section of the track, when you're on that curb, it's very easy to destabilise the car. So high risk there, really. Goldie Prosty's unfollowed. Okay, good to know.
Okay.
We'll miss you, Goldie. Miss you. any particular circuit, part of the circuit that you're really looking forward to seeing some action at, Steve?
Action. You know, you've probably got like 2 or 3 real good passing opportunities. Obviously, this is a one corner. If someone can really get in tight behind someone and have a late braking, you know, coming over that hill can upset the car sometimes. So if you get good drive out of the corner, you can probably get up behind them coming into the main straight. If you get the last corner correct, which is a quite technical corner, you know, if you don't have the right setup, your car's going to really struggle. You want to like understeer a lot. So those who know their setups will, you know, have an advantage straight up, especially with these cars.
I suppose with all the long sustained cornering as well, we can probably expect to see maybe the right-hand side tyres copping a real thrashing.
Well, it all
Tonight.
depends what tyres they choose too. You know, like I'm not sure how long the race is, but if they're on the super softs, you know, they can take a belting. You know, and
2:33 lap races. Oh
right.
no.
So yeah, so if they're not careful, their right hand side tyres can really start warming up, especially around the last 2 corners. So yeah.
It's time to find out what is going to happen in qualifying, as well, the first cars are starting to go out for the qualifying session, and that would be, first on track will be McIntosh by the looks of things in the V-Power Racing Ford Mustang. So let's focus on him for now. I can't remember if the V-Power cars are actually cars that got, yep, there we go. Got some little...
Just funny.
Little Easter eggs there, and you can almost imagine that it'll be the same for Simmons. There we go. There we go. I do like it when they hide a few Easter eggs on the dash.
It is pretty good. It's pretty funny.
Goldie Bros, mate, I swear I am trying to work on the sub emotes. It's just unfortunately I have a full-time job that takes up a majority of my life, so yeah. We'll work it out eventually, mate. I do promise. Hopefully, maybe over the Christmas break, perhaps, if I get a break, as McIntosh is having a struggle. So we're going to quickly swap over to find him on stereo carousel. There he is, Ben McKenzie. He'll be the first driver to lead us around for qualifying. So expect to see the Mackenzie's fan squad to be lighting up chat right now. He's always got at least 5, 6, 7, maybe 20 people in chat cheering him on. He's certainly a popular young driver. As Mackenzie starts his first flying lap. What speeds do these guys get up to down the main straight? Probably should have looked at that during practice.
Yeah.
We'll
I haven't driven on this track with these cars for a while, so you'll probably think about 240, 250, probably, I would say, yep. Most. Okay.
You have to try and pull it up for that turn 1. So it has to be a very intimidating corner in real life, don't you think?
If you get it right, it's a nice corner. You know when you've done it right, that's for sure. I think the tricky corner is the one after that, when you're sort of coming up the hill on the left-hander, because you can really lock up. The car can be really understeery. Yeah, it's a very technical track. But some of these guys are next level, so you know they've got that under control. Would have done plenty of testing to get all their setups right.
Oh, hang on a second. I just realised that... oh, whoops. That was the Mustang over right going around, I believe. I just realised that for some reason our stickers have just shut down. No idea why that is. I'll let you take away the qualifying, just while I fix this up, Steve. So
Nice, yeah.
yeah.
All right, so I reckon will be the first flying lap. Mackenzie's has got a bit of trouble getting out that corner. I'm not sure who's behind him. I'm not really familiar with these guys' liveries. Oh, we've got a lock up. So there goes that lap. Unfortunately, guys, I can't shift the camera to
Okay,
the
I'm
other
back.
drivers.
Who are we trying to follow? Sorry,
Oh,
Steve?
we're following Mackenzie, which he went in a bit deep and got his tyres locked up. So he scrapped that lap.
So,
And now we're with Simmons.
yeah. Who did you want to follow? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Just whoever.
We'll follow Simmons for now, and let me change the camera because that really irritates me. For some reason, the audio just disappears at certain certain points of the track, depending on which broadcast camera set you're using. So it's really irritating to me. I wish I knew why. Anyway, well, let's jump on board with Simmons. He's just going to send it, basically, into Honda hairpin. Oh, that's really late on the brakes. He's not going to pull it up, is he? He's saved it.
Yeah, he just pinched the rears, you know.
He was very deep into Honda hairpin there. I was pretty certain he was not going to make it. But, well, this lap will be a write-off, as you can see on the delta on the steering wheel. He's more than 1.5 seconds off his best time.
Yeah, so the best thing he'll do here is just cool down his tyres and just regroup for the next lap.
It's almost worth actually jumping into the pit lane and getting some new tyres, isn't it?
No, these tyres should be pretty good for, like, well, if you're not keep locking up your tyres, and you know, if you cool them down, they should be good for another lap or two. You know what I mean? So
yeah, of course.
Because then, you know, at this time, you know, if you jump in the pits, you're losing time. You have to do another out lap.
That's true, but looking
You
at
know,
the
and
clock, 13 minutes to go.
He's got free air in front of him, so
That's a very good point.
Well,
I didn't consider that.
yeah. So like, if you've how I always do it, if you've wrecked a lap, and he's got someone in front of him now. I think he just came out of the pits, which is unfortunate. He'll be hating this. Well, if he gets out the way,
he's definitely gotten out of the way. He's literally driven off the track.
So right now, like, you know, he's got, well, you know, a good 5 seconds in front of him gap. And
let's see if he can get through Honda this time. I think he almost dipped the wheel into the dirt there, so that wouldn't have helped. But, Simmons continues on his way. Let's jump on board, see what that delta's saying.
It'll be good to know what tyres are on as well. I'm not sure if you can tell.
I can, but I have to return to the pit garage.
Yeah.
Which I could probably do. It's not an issue. That delta's looking really good for Simmons. 1.5 seconds up. As now Connor Bell goes up into the pole position at 1:32.8. Oh, compression lock for Simmons. He's managed to turn into a bit of a drift there. Also, shout out to Jamie Wincup fam. I have seen you saying hi in the chat. We haven't been ignoring you. I swear. And inside focus 16 super softs all round. So there you go.
So everyone's on super softs?
That's correct.
Yeah.
And Simmons goes up to second, half a second down off of Connor Bell's time. Or That car is not looking happy.
No. Yeah.
Oh, he's gone. He's gone. Can he keep it out of the fence?
You know, I reckon what happened there, sometimes if you grab a curb, the curb can really pull you in and just unsettle the car. It's happened to me a few times. I'm not sure if that's what happened, but it does happen on occasion.
Vanderham in chat saying that softs are just too slow, better to have worn out super softs. Interesting data there. Of course, we'll be seeing Vanderham in the Grid 1 race tonight as Bell just abandons that lap, and I want to say that is right. There he is in the Castrol Mustang. He's had a bit of a tough session so far, 33 seconds off the pace. And I believe he was, sort of saw him on the stream just spearing off the track just after Lukey Heights, just behind Mackenzie. That's a good improvement up to third. Still plenty of time for these guys to also catch Bell as well, so it's definitely not over.
Well, they've got 10 minutes, so gives them enough time to tweak up the setups.
Off goes right. So that lap's going to be a bit of a bust. Oh, Hallett now. Up into fourth position. In the, was that the Milwaukee Mustang?
That's such a cool livery.
It is. Simple, but it does look good.
Yeah. Can't go wrong with the black and red.
Oh, speaking of drivers taking fifth position, we've got Marsden in the Ned Mustang. Just moving up to fifth position, displacing Hallett. It's actually pretty tight from third all the way down to, well, really eighth position, really. Less than half a second between those guys.
Yeah, that'll be a good battle.
Yep. Unfortunately, Connor Bell has just sort of cleared out from everyone else and might just be taking Simmons with him. See if we can't find someone else to pick on at the moment. I haven't really given much airtime to Van Wingard this session. Sort of expecting a little bit better performance from him after a great practice session where he ended up second on the timesheets. We're going to ride on board with him now. And I love this camera angle, hanging over the driver's right shoulder.
It'll be good to see his steering input and see how the car behaves.
Yep. Well, we'll do just that, Steve. Right on board with him for a lap. And, oh, there we go.
Oh.
Just grabbed that curb. You were just talking about that when we were on board with Simmons. So, Hubbard improves as well, so he goes up to 11th, but still a long way off the pace as well.
Just wondering if he can hold this. I'm not sure if he can do that corner flat out in a V8 supercar.
I think that'd be a challenge that
maybe the guys in the grid one, you know, the high, you know, the grade one drivers, if they can hold that flat. I'm not sure.
Yep.
Can't remember.
Yep. So a challenge is going out to any grid one drivers currently in chat at the moment. If you can hold the last corner flat out, we'll give you a nice crisp high five. Wingard's had a pretty clean lap so far, but he's losing time to himself, unfortunately. So I'm not expecting a huge improvement from him. Unless perhaps he's made a mistake in the last sector on his previous best.
Possible.
Gets a good drive out of the hairpin, and he'll come up towards the final corner. Is this it's Gardner No, it's Gardner Straight, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's correct.
Yep. So looking at the Delta, I expect Dan Wingard to move up to 3rd position after this lap. He does indeed, a 1:33.6. So the TerraTech Nissan displaces right and just interrupts that. Geez, have a look at all the Fords in the top 10. It's a bit of domination there.
What do you expect?
I have no idea. I don't really follow V8 supercars.
They're mostly on the top, aren't they?
Apparently, that's what I heard.
And we get the flood of messages now, aren't we?
Oh yeah. Oh, hang on. I'm just waiting for it. It's a 20-second delay, so any second now. So
Ford's on top.
Ford's on top, but the two
That's what
Nissans
people have to remember.
the two Nissans are they're putting up a bit of a fight there. They're interrupting the Ford party. That's good. So see if we can't find the General's biggest hope. I'd say that'll be this man here, Benny McKenzie, in the 111. He's been driving really, really well this season. He's certainly made a lot of improvements as well. And well, as we've said before, he's definitely got a huge fan following in the chat.
Munro, yes, it's the Eagle, that's for sure. Sorry about that.
Yeah. It's so good. I did see the message. I was just waiting to finish my little monologue. Simmons improves to a 33.2 as McKenzie runs off the track. So Simmons is having a good run in this session. He's just 4/10 off of Connor Bell's time. So V-Power, the V-Power Ford Mustang. And Simmons will be joining us a little bit later in the stream. Well, hopefully. Maybe got a little bit balked there by Lees on the middle of Honda hairpin.
I'm not. I think that's Dave 16. Inside Focus 16, I think, yeah. Hopefully, when I get the love back from him, you know. I do miss him. Watching him now, I'm like, oh man, I wish I'm racing, you know. But against these guys, like against you, Dave, and Chris Munro, I've got no chance. I need to add some ballast for me to be competitive.
Maybe add a few wider tyres for you, perhaps, and bigger wing, traction control. In fact, just add a Mercedes AMG GT3. What do you reckon?
I'll just put the drivetrain from the Mercedes into V8 Supercars. Loving it.
Yeah.
Good idea for a mod, maybe.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. So Wright's now back up into 3rd position.
Actually, that's actually quite a good improvement for Wright.
Yeah, well, starting to get a little bit tighter for Connor Bell now. He might be getting a bit of a slip.
And I also noticed there's actually a few more drivers that popped into the server. Because the last time I saw, there was only like 10 or 11, so they probably just came in a bit late.
Yeah, well, that's why I still have a stereo carousel up down the bottom left-hand corner. That gives us everyone. I'll just do a quick count up what we have. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. So everyone's managed to get a lap in. Not sure. I'll just quickly have a look at the AK Discord. See how many we were supposed to have.
Yeah, who is this? Sorry, man. I'm just Munro, I don't know. Some guy flying around track. All you
Yeah.
guys are too fast.
Yeah, Chris Munro, I never heard of him.
Nah.
He's not a great driver.
And this flubberoo.
Yeah, flubberoo, yeah.
Grid one's going to be a good race, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. We're G'ing him up, that's for sure.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah. If there's no firework, well, actually, I shouldn't be G'ing
We're
him
getting
up
the
'cause,
revs. We're getting the revs revved up for him already, you know.
yeah. I shouldn't be doing that because I'll cop a bit of a nasty phone call because, of course, brother Chris is racing in Grid 1. So,
Ah,
is that? I thought I heard someone doing a burnout in pit lane. Must have been Simmons. Well, this is currently our pole man with 30 seconds to go. Connor Bell, great lap time of 32.8. No one's really been able to get close to the 32s in Grid 2. So he'll be able to get one more lap in as well. So we'll jump on board with him actually. Gets a nice exit out of the final corner. And we'll start, actually he improves 32.1, almost to 31.
wow.
That
He's a good over a second quicker than everyone else.
That is demoralising when you see
And that's
that.
what I was talking about. If you grab that inside curb sometimes, it really unsettles the...
It might just be better off not touching curbs then.
But he actually held it quite well. He kept it off the grass.
Well, he can still improve as well. He's not too far down on the delta. So McIntosh goes up to 5th now, and Mackenzie slots into the top 10. So, well, he's dropped a lot of time at Honda Hairpin. Down 4/10 now, so he's not going to see an improvement this time by unless he really digs deep in the final sector. Just see how hard he is working the wheel as well.
Yeah, he's working the car. He's pushing it.
Could be why he's a little bit slower now. No, this lap's a bust now. Oh, he tried going flat out through the final corner. You heard it. But, well, someone has to try it.
Challenge failed. You know, who's next?
Who's next? Well, it could be Simmons. Actually, no, he's finished. Never mind. And that is the end of qualifying. So there you go. There is our grid. I'll just quickly reposition this camera to. So we're going to be not there. Maybe about there. What do you reckon? That's where they should start to populate. So let's run through the grid after that qualifying session. An absolutely demoralising drive by Connor Bell. A 1:32.1, more than a second quicker than the rest of the field. I think the rest of Grid 2 is going to be very much looking forward to Connor leaving Grid 2 and going to Grid 1. Then we have Simmons and Wright rounding out the top 3. Van Wingard will round out the second row. McIntosh, oh God, my English is really failing me the last 2 days, I reckon. McIntosh and Marsden on row 3. Row 4, Hallett and Strinsos. Williams and Mackenzie to round out the top 10. Over the page, we have Donnelly, Hubbard, Lees, Ferguson, Max Kowiak, that name, every single time. Max Zowiak and Bretherton rounds out the field. That is a mouthful of a name.
It's probably much easier once you hear it said out loud, maybe.
Quite possibly. Do you want to have a go at pronouncing that, Steve?
On my screen, I can't even see it properly.
Ah, shit.
That's all right.
Oh, there we go. There's my one swear word for the night. Used it up. Do it once and once only.
One and counting.
Yeah, I'll spell it out for you. MACZKOWIACK. That's a mouthful. Right, so we have 4 minutes, well, less than 4 minutes to go until we get started with this race. I was going to ask what's your pick for this race, but it's pretty clear, isn't it?
It's pretty hard to go past Bell.
Bell,
Sorry.
yeah.
Like,
Although,
but let's see what the race brings. You know, if he doesn't make any mistakes, if he gets out of off the line, good, and keeps his nose, clean in the first lap, then it will be pretty hard to go past him.
yeah, it's 100%. Like you can say that the race is over, but we've still got to keep in mind that got to actually make it around the track safely.
Plus, he's in the Mustang, so you know.
Yeah. Oh, look at that! I didn't notice that on top of Simmons' car. Little Kiwi there. That's pretty cool. There's something similar on the top of Macintosh. Oh yeah, kangaroo. That's pretty cool. I've never seen that before. So, what about these two guys here, Wright and Van Wingard? Do you think this race is just going to be the race for second, perhaps?
Yeah, like I reckon there's going to be a lot more action in the midfield than up front. That's for sure. So, and let's see who's got their race set up all worked out. You know, quality's one thing. Then when you have to put 33 laps worth of fuel, you know, the car starts behaving a little bit different.
Also keep an eye on this guy here, Mackenzie. He's had a struggle in qualifying, but he is usually a front runner, so he might be able to pick his way through the top 10. And a great point brought up by Inside Focus 16. Tyre deg is huge around here. Might be a few mistakes after around lap 7. So, yeah, definitely keep an eye on that as well.
Actually, that's a good point, and I wonder how many pit stops they'll do.
Oh, you would think maybe a 2-stop strategy would be the way to go.
Yeah.
Along with a bit of time management in the middle of the race. Oh. Just over a minute to go. Chat, do your thing. What is your prediction? Oh, Vanderham. Pit lane is too long to make a one-stop work. That's a good point. But anyway, give us your prediction. Like Connor Bell is definitely the favourite, but well, let's go. Who's gonna take second?
Send it Motorsports. Number 9, Steve Giro. Okay.
Wrong grid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not even in the grid. But thanks anyway. Good shout out to myself. Actually, that's a cool little function. Actually, never seen that before.
Which function's that?
Just going through the grids and the grid names. I see it on your stream on Twitch.
Oh yes. Yeah, I forget that I don't have that on my screen. So 6 seconds to go. We're about to get started for race number 1. 6 lights on and 6 lights out, and away we go in racing. Bit of a quiet start, unfortunately, but it looks like a fairly even start between the front row. Simmons is going to fight Bell into turn number 1. They're still side by side. We're going to quickly move into a better position. They're 3 wide further down the field, and Simmons actually takes the whole shot. Oh, we got one car off the track. That is the Castrol Nissan. And he is well and truly around. We got cars spearing off the track at turn number 2. Is that Benny McKenzie? It is Benny McKenzie. So the man, I've given him the commentator curse. So we'll quickly fly over to turn number 4. Honda hairpin, see if we can get some action here. Simmons still leads. Oh, Marsden. Is that Marsden or Hallett in the Milwaukee Mustang? Oh, Van Wingard and McIntosh. Oh, who was that? So, oh geez, haven't even gotten around a lap, and we have more action up further up. The Ned Mustang off the track, so let's head over to our broadcast. And Simmons still leads ahead of Connor Bell. In fact, he's actually pulling away.
Yeah, he's actually got a good gap.
It's a comfortable gap. Though Bell really closes up. Van Wingard has moved up into 4th position. I think someone, Hallett, has gone off the track at the end of Lukey Heights. And he's just slotted in front of Ferguson. Thought I heard someone spinning around back there. It looks like we're all clear. Let's head back up to the front. Simmons still leads the way ahead of Connor Bell. It's Mustang 1, 2, 3 at the moment. We're right on board with Simmons looking back at Connor Bell. So maybe Simmons just a little bit better with his race setup in comparison to Connor Bell. And Wright sticking in with these two as well. Oh, we have one car off the track. It's Lees. He's gone around. That looks like turn number 2. And I think I hear another person off the track. Yeah, that's Hubbard as well. There you go. I'll also keep an eye on a little battle a little bit further down. I think that's it's Hallett, Marsden, and Strinsos, and Ferguson as well. They're all battling for 7th place. So I'll definitely have to keep an eye on these guys. There we go, right there. Speak of the devil, all 4 of them. Nose to tail. I think there's a bit of a send being lined up. I think Strinsos definitely thought about it. And that looks like Ferguson running wide. That's going to cost him. And that will leave him vulnerable to Roundtree down the front straight. There's now Simmons. Oh, Van Wingard now fastest driver on the track at the moment. And great passing manoeuvre by Roundtree on Ferguson.
And Bell's actually right up next.
Yeah, Simmons rear bumper there. He's going to line up
under the pressure now. He's under the pressure.
I thought about definitely had the fate happening.
I think he went out wide. Simmons went out wide.
Yeah, he grabbed a brake. You just saw the smoke signals. So he is definitely under pressure. Brotherton's fallen off the track as well. But, he's a fair way off this lead battle. I'm just going to quickly turn off stereo carousel. That just gets distracting after a while. But have a look at the top 4. They've just streaked away from the rest of the field. So much for a quiet race at the front.
But that mid-pack battle was starting to heat up as well.
So we're going to ride on board with Wright as he looks at this battle between Bell and Simmons.
And gives him a chance as well to, put his nose up in there as well.
Oh, Connor had that car making all sorts of shapes coming out of the final corner. So, as much as Simmons is under pressure, Bell is under a lot of pressure as well as he looks for a move into turn number 1. He has to back out of it. He's been forced onto the curb. Manages to keep control of the car, but this is really working for Van Wingard and Wright as Wright gets a little bit of a slide through the second corner. Here we go, stamp, licked and sent by Connor Bell up the inside of Simmons. Simmons is going to argue the point around the outside. He should get better drive, but he's up on the exit curb. And, well, Connor Bell now takes the lead of this race. Wright is, well, he's right on the back bumper of Simmons now. Almost looks as though Bell's able to get that Shell V-Power Mustang rotated a lot better.
Yeah, and brake a lot. Just that tad later as well. Without the car being out of control. Definitely looks more planned.
Yeah, it's definitely more settled than the cars behind. But I'll tell you what, you brought up that mid-pack battle heating up. Well, this is going all the way down to 9th place. So this is Donnelly, Connor Bell's teammate in the older Ford Falcon. Actually, I thought that was a Mustang, but it isn't.
The old FGX.
Yeah, there you go. Then just behind him is Hallett, and a little bit of a gap between Hallett and Marsden. But he's got McIntosh and Strinsos right up behind him as well. So the battles are really firing up in the mid-pack. And, well, also got to keep an eye on this guy here, Ben McKenzie's fighting back. He's up to 13th now. And he's looking for a move on the monster Mustang of Max Gowiak. Ran it wide coming out of the final corner.
And we've got a pass for third.
Yep, Ben Wingard just saw that then. He's finally made the move on right.
I think Wright made a mistake.
Oh, we have a car off the track. That's Hallett. He's looks like he's binned it at Honda Hairpin, or maybe got a bit of a helping hand from one of the drivers behind. But either way, he's dropped down from, I think it was 6th down to 10th. Geez, that mid-pack battle is really firing up now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Connor Bell's just starting to get into a rhythm. Just sees, just starting to pull away now from Simmons. And also a shout out to Jonesy6665 for the follow. Much appreciated, mate. Hope you're enjoying the stream so far. We've got a hell of a stream lined up tonight as well, so don't go too far away. Oh no, Connor Bell has dropped it. He's binned it. I'll get the Fs in chat for Connor Bell, but mercifully he'll probably only drop down to 4th place.
He's got his work cut out for him now.
He's going to be so frustrated by that too.
Yeah. That's why with these cars you can't be complacent. You can't just get too comfortable. You know what I mean?
Exactly. We've also got our first pitter of Hallett. He's in the pit lane. And I've got a 17th driver as well. Hubbard is at DNF. So
I just seen that pack in the background, like heating up a little bit.
Yep. So we got Donnelly. He's just ahead of Strinsos in the Scandia Mustang. And then just behind those two, we have Roundtree and McIntosh. Oh, Strinsos sideways around Lukey Heights. I'm going to quickly jump on board with Strinsos now as he chases the Shell V-Power Falcon.
Yeah, the tyres are getting punished. As Dave said, it's a high deg track. You probably start seeing some wear.
Particularly on the right-hand side, because most of the hard corners are left-handers.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the right-hand tyres just absolutely copper thrashing around.
Some corners are just high load. Load up the tyres. And when you push it too far and you start getting understeer, you cook the tyres even more. They start sliding around. Oh.
Speaking of understeer, Roundtree off the track at turn number 2. That's handed McIntosh an easy 8th place. And, well, Ben McKenzie's fought back to 11th position, and he's still gaining on the cars ahead of him. So I'll definitely keep the McKenzie watch happening for you.
And Bell's closed right up to right as well, up front.
It's right on board with Bell. In fact, oh, Simmons around. And Wright's around, so...
Monkey see, monkey do, isn't that what they say? I
believe so. That's just wrapped a little bow tie on a free gift for Connor Bell. And, well, also to Van Wingard as well. Van Wingard's staring down the barrel of a victory. I don't think he's had one this season.
And that's how easy it is, you know, just to overcook it. It's unfortunate for Simmons.
Bell's also making short work of the gap between himself and Van Wingard. So we'll have to wait and see how wide Van Wingard can make that Nissan.
If you know how to defend really well, it is a hard track to pass. Especially now if your tyres are starting to get worn, you know, to try to get the drive and wheel lock. It does make for good watching, for a good stream though.
Well, that's what we hope for. We like to see a little bit of action on the channel. So, well, I'm just picking up on now. Ben McKenzie's knocking on the door of a top 10 after binning it on lap 1. He's brought Williams with him, along with him as well, in the Castrol Nissan. And they're just chasing down the other Nissan of Ferguson, who runs up wide going through Siberia. This will give McKenzie a bit of a chance as we head through Hayshed. You reckon he's going to send it?
Well, he has to be careful because he's got someone behind him as well. So if he overcooks it, he can lose a spot. So I think he just has to time it well. If he's going to send it, he has to be really committed and do it correctly, you know. Otherwise, he's got Williams breathing down his neck.
Speaking of Williams, it's right on board with Williams. He's actually dropped a long way off McKenzie. I'd say he's made a bit of a mistake coming through Lukey Heights.
Would that be my first commentator's curse?
Maybe.
There's a good chance here. He's going to make it stick.
Oh, they touch.
Right.
And McKenzie holds on, and so does Ferguson. But McKenzie manages to pick up a top 10.
Even with that scrap, see, McKenzie was 2.5 seconds behind, and now he's less than 1 second. So if he was closer, he could have taken those 2 spots. But he wasn't there, so he didn't. We've got Bell really closing down on Wingard now.
It's sort of stabilised, actually.
Ferguson lost it a little bit, and he's lost a spot.
Yep. Angry Razor.
Still happening.
Can you please commentator curse P1 through to P9 and get Benny a free win here? Maybe. Well, now the gap is closing down between Bell and Van Wingard. So the Nissan of Van Wingard, he's leading the race.
He
had a big slide there.
Yeah.
And that'll compromise his exit on towards Stoner Corner and then Honda Hairpin. So maybe Bell might have a send. Thought about it.
So is the pit strategy come to play now? Are they going to start looking to pit?
I reckon they'd have to, wouldn't they?
Not sure if it's going to be a 1 or 2 stopper. I can't remember what they said. So I reckon it'll be a 1 stop.
Yeah, well, it's a long pit lane as well, so 2 stops is going to be risky.
Yeah, just for the transit time. So yeah, you'll probably see another 5 laps, 6 laps before they start pitting. So this is going to get interesting.
Oh, Bell. Ooh. Big slide out of, I forget, is that MG? They call it MG, don't they?
Sure.
Pretty sure it's called MG. I'll call it MG. So Angry Raisin, unless it's a fuel issue, one stop is almost always fast. You need to make a lot of time on the fresh tyres for it to be worth the 40 odd seconds you're in the pit lane.
Yeah.
So, and well, Van der Hum is publishing his race strategy in the chat. So if you're trying to beat James Van der Hum in grid 1, there's his pit strategy.
I would say grid 1 will be a longer race, though. Maybe. I think.
Quite possibly.
Usually it is. I think usually it is.
Oh, Van Wingard, he's tried to give him room. They both made a little mistake through Honda. And this might help bring Simmons back into the fight.
I think this is where it comes to tyre management and not trying to cook the tyres, not to trying to spin them off, you know, light up the tyres when you're coming out of the corners. So it's just all this management, and that's where the guys in grid 1 do it so well. You know, managing the tyres, you know, limiting their wheel spin.
Oh, McIntoshy's binned it at Honda. I did see his name light up, so... Oh, who's that? Oh, Roundtree's gone off as well.
And Mackenzie's lost a spot, then gained a spot.
Well, he's going to drop a spot.
And lost a spot again.
I think Mackenzie probably just trying to push a little too hard. Just needs to
Or he's really struggling with his... Or he's really struggling with his tyres now. Maybe.
Oh, and Bell has taken the lead of the race, and Van Wingard 140.3. That would suggest a mistake at Lukey Heights. Now, can Connor Bell keep the 808 Mustang on the island? In fact, Van Wingard's dropped behind Simmons as well, so...
Yeah, I think they're just really struggling for grip now. And Donnelly's in the pits.
Yep, so
he's blinked first. And yeah.
I believe it was Hallett who was the first to pit. He pitted very, very early.
Oh, that would be too early. I'll say he'll be on 2-stopper or something. Trying the impossible.
You got to risk it for the biscuit, as they say.
Yeah.
We've got a great battle here between Ferguson and I want to say that's Lees. Oh, they touch, and around goes Lees. Doesn't matter. It manages to salvage does a bit of damage control, but that was fairly clumsy there.
Yeah, they definitely could have given each other a bit more room.
It just looked as though Lees just tried a little bit too desperate to try and get the position back and just didn't wash off enough speed. Now, Hallett running off the track at Hayshed. You don't want to be doing that. The race is on now between Ferguson and Hallett. Hallett's going to get a better run. He holds a tighter line heading up towards the final corner. And Hallett should get the position easily. And gets it done. So Hallett now recovers up to 12th position. Didn't Hallett make a pit stop?
Wingard's starting to close Simmons down. He's under half a second now. So he's starting to apply the pressure. I think
then
at this stage, it's who can manage their worn tires better. You know, who can use them.
what would you say is the magic number to make your pit stop? See,
Look, the easiest thing will probably be to split it in half. So you know, if you run it at 16 or 17, I would try to. I would actually try to.
oh,
It all
sim
depends.
stop.
Oh, he's gone off. And that's what I was talking about, like trying to manage and risk it, you know, just managing your risk and trying to minimize your mistakes. For me, I'll be looking at magic number at least lap 17,
Oh,
you
geez,
know, 17, 18. So at least you got stronger tires on the end.
just see the gap there momentarily between Bell and Van Wingard. That is an absolutely massive gap. Like Connor Bell is just checking out at the moment.
He's got free air. You know, he's just looking forward. He's looking forward and just managing his tires. He's in the groove. Phillip pitted in lap 5. Yeah, that's maybe for damage or something.
Quite possibly.
Yeah, it could be for damage. I don't think it was some kind of strategy. He wouldn't intend.
Oh, we got another car off the track, and that is Bretherton. He's dropped it at Honda Hairpin.
Yeah, see, look, at lap 15 and people are just making mistakes. So what I'll do is I'll try to at least go another 2, maybe 3 laps. And then you'll have a stronger tyre at the end of the race.
Just missed it. Oh, Bell is off again. He's off. Oh, he's dropped it at Honda Hairpin. That will give Van Wingard another chance. So where is Van Wingard? There he is. So, jeez. That's 2 mistakes from Connor Bell.
Yeah, the tyres are probably just really dropping off. So let's see who blinks first and who dives into the pits. So the strategy is who's going to make their tyres last longer and better over everyone else.
Well, you would have to say that the undercut is going to be massive around here too.
Yeah, sure, but like at the end of the race, when you know you're on the last 3-4 laps and your tyres are completely dropped off, where someone's got 3 or 4 laps younger tyres, you know, that's where the strategy comes in. Oh, but Bill blinks and he's in the pits.
Well,
So he's had enough. I think he's had enough, and he's going to put the fresher tyres on.
Well, he might have flat spotted those tyres, and well, there's nothing worse than having a wheel that's
And
vibrating like crazy.
Simmons are right, have followed him in. So they've followed him in. Wingard's still going ahead, yeah. It'll be interesting to see what Wingard does. Wingard will have to try to pit to cover Bell.
Or do you risk it? Try and keep going for as long as you can. Then,
Well, it all depends on where Bell comes out. If Bell comes out into traffic, so it'll be good to see where he comes out.
Well, let's follow him. They're still transiting pit lane. They're gonna.
Oh, he's got cars coming. See, this is the problem now.
He's going to be under attack.
He will have to be in front of them. He cannot let them pass. And he's on cold tyres. So if I was Bell, I would just try to keep those guys behind me, because if they're in front, they're just going to slow him down. And I think he's done it. So now it depends what Wingard does.
Well, honestly, there's no better feeling than putting on some fresh tyres after you've been running around on old crappy tyres.
He's going for another lap.
Yeah.
So he's doing the strategy I was talking about, is just run a bit longer and have a stronger tyre at the end of the race. And I think that might be the smarter move, because you saw how many mistakes even Bill was doing when his tyres dropped off. And so So it all depends the gap. Be good to see what lap time. I wonder what his last lap time was.
Van Wingard.
Yeah.
136.2.
136.
And we're about to see what Bell's lap time is. Oh, 149. Oh, McIntosh gets a drive-through for speeding in pit lane.
Oh, that's gonna hurt. So what Wingard has to do is have no major mistakes, even if he's losing time. He doesn't want to go off track or anything like that, get held up by traffic. Just trying to get those extra, 3 laps at the end of the race. That might help him. So it all depends. He's got free air in front of him. So let's see what he does now if he goes into the pits. I think he's staying out.
No, he's going in.
No, he's going in. So he's gone into lap 17.
So he will make it home on tyres and fuel as well. So
Yeah, so all depend. Now there is going to be a gap between him and Bell, but let's see what. And it all depends what Bell does. Bell's obviously he's pretty quick. What Bell wants to do now is just make a bigger gap as possible because he's I think 2 laps down. Like with his tyres. So where's Bell on the track?
he's just coming down the main straight. He should pass Van Wingard easily because it is a very long pit lane.
Yeah. Like I said, there will be a gap. I think it'll come down to the last 3 or 4 laps.
Oh, Connor is still driving on the absolute edge. It's not going to help his tyres. And that's going to play into the hands of Van Wingard, who's actually come out behind both Simmons and Wright. So oh God, what's going on with my mouse? There we go. That's what we needed. But, well, once we start getting towards lap 27, expect to see Van Wingard start to fight his way back.
Yeah, I think he just has to have try to minimize his mistakes, look after his tires. He's got a bit of free air, and then he might have an attacking chance where everyone will start making mistakes, and we'll see where he turns up because he's about 12 or 13 seconds behind Bell. I would say about that.
Yeah, about 12 seconds behind Bell.
So it'll be interesting just to see that gap. So fields are just starting to stretch out a bit. Not really much happening.
Unfortunately, that
He's got that Max Kowiak. Max Kowiak?
Yeah, Max Kowiak. Yeah, that's
Max
close
Kowiak?
enough. It's close enough.
We'll just call him Mac.
Mac.
I reckon we just call him Mac.
Or we could just call him Max. There you go. There you go. That's so much easier. Why didn't I think of that? Actually, we got a bit of a battle brewing between Marsden and Donnelly. So it's a bit of a case of the old versus the new. I was just looking at the time as well, and I don't think we're going to be able to cover the second race of Grid 2, because Grid 1 will be starting at 6:30. So, yeah, unfortunately for us Grid 2 drivers, this will be the only race that we get to cover for them tonight by the looks of things.
Oh, yeah, right.
But still, nonetheless, very exciting racing as Van Wingard's actually closed up onto the back of Simmons. Simmons at 39, so he's made a mistake somewhere. Van Wingard, the quickest out of the two drivers in front of him. I didn't quite see what lap time Bell did. Oh, 33.7, so Bell is really thrashing those tyres a bit.
Yeah. But he should be trying to look after them, you know. Because the gap has actually come down between Wingard and Bell. I think that's what you just said, isn't it? Yeah. So
it's about the same.
It's about the same. About the same.
About
yeah.
the same, yeah.
And that's working for Wingard's favour, if you ask me.
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%.
And Donnelly's actually closing down on Marsden.
Yeah,
Less than half a second.
We were just watching that battle. Actually, they've swapped positions.
Oh, there you
so
go.
Marsden has made the move stick probably in turn 1 or 2.
Because I just had my phone ring.
Yeah.
Just on a quick phone call. Wingard's actually come down to Simmons pretty hard. He'll want to try to pass Simmons as fast.
Oh, patience. As Connor Bell fastest lap of the race at 33.2.
Ooh.
Now, this is going to affect Van Wingard's chances as well. How quickly can he clear the Mustang of Simmons?
And he knows it, you know, and he knows it. He wants to try to clear him as soon as possible. But you can't push too hard and make a massive mistake, you know what I mean? Then it... You know, I think Bell's made a mistake.
He has. That gap has dropped like an absolute stone.
You know, he's made a mistake somewhere.
He's just coming through Hayshed at the moment. And I like this view because we can see just the gap between first and fourth. And yeah, it has definitely come down. There were 2 lap cars between Bell and Wright. I wonder if they've played a bit of a factor in this race.
Yeah, 100%. But it's actually dropped down quite. Like you're talking about 2 or 3 seconds. A 140. So yeah, that's. You're talking what? Exactly. Simmons does a personal best.
Yeah, so Simmons is getting the hurry up from Van Wingard now. Lap traffic playing a hand here, but for Simmons. Oh, that's tight.
You want to be careful, yeah. You sort of have to just hold your breath for a second. It's like,
has he seen me? Does he know I'm there?
Mackenzie's on a move on with his personal best. Running in the top 10.
Certainly is. It's been a good recovery drive from him after he binned at turn 2 on lap 1.
Yeah.
So he'll be happy with a top 10 finish, but think he knows that he could have done better, and that's going to eat at him for the rest of the night as well.
So what would you do if you're Wingard? Just stick behind Simmons. Don't overcook your tyres, so you've got something to fight with at the end of the race. And hopefully Bell just, you know, obviously he's pushing hard. You know, using up his tyres, making small mistakes.
Yeah, the problem is that laps are running out. We have 11 laps left in the race. So, I mean, if I was Van Wingard, I'd probably have to base that decision on how far away is Connor Bell getting. Is he pulling away from us? If the answer is yes, then I would probably just try and use as much as I can to get past Simmons. And then try and close the gap onto right before then sort of settling into a rhythm, just hoping that Bell's tyres fall off a cliff.
Oh, but they will. There's no doubt about it. It's not hoping. They definitely will. It's a matter of when, not if. And it comes down to how well he manages them when they do. Because he's...
Oh no, Ben McKenzie's off the track. Where has he done that?
He might have a good enough gap to 11th to keep in the top 10.
He has indeed. But he was closing up onto the back of Lee's. It doesn't look like he's lost much time.
Wingard's gone past Simmons.
Oh, we missed it.
Yeah, Simmons might have made a mistake or something.
Simmons is not taking it lying down. He's going to send it. Oh, that's a big send. And
yeah, he's not good.
Oh, he's drifted
He's
that
actually
around
held
Honda.
it quite well, you know. I thought he broke a lot later.
It's well, it's on the dash. When life gives you lemons, you just send it.
So that will help Wingard's.
Oh, Lee's into the pits. So that's actually going to elevate McKenzie up to 9th.
Yeah. They did say, oh, that was a bit sideways. They did say a pit stop will take around 40 seconds, so I think Lee's will drop, yeah.
But he'll have fresh tyres for the last leg of this race, and he can just do qualifying times.
Yeah, exactly.
So, they're topping out about 280 k's per hour at the end of the straight, which is quite impressive.
There you go.
Oh, Simmons off the track. Is he going to keep it off the fence? The catch strap saves him. But, Brotherton has followed him. So,
monkey see, monkey do.
So that's worked out for Van Wingard. So he's got no pressure on him whatsoever. He can just focus on catching the back of right, which he is already doing. And this in turn is actually helping him catch Connor Bell. So meanwhile, I can see a slight battle heating up between Donnelly and Strinsos. This has been going on all through the second stint of this race for these two. We have the older model FGX versus the new Ford Mustang. And these two have been evenly matched all race.
He's actually had a good run out the last corner. You might have him.
He's gone for the inside. And,
Defending it.
well, Strinsos has done that quite easily. Although, actually, Donnelly might try and argue around the outside. He can do it. And he has done. So, battle's not
well
over
done.
between these two.
Yeah.
Great fighting.
Good driving right there.
Yeah, well, I mean, they went side by side through turn 1 at Phillip Island. And no contact. So I guess there's one for the bingo card. Now, and meanwhile, Mackenzie, he's up to 8, but he's got Roundtree closing in on the back of him. This is not good for the young fella. He'll want to be fighting this as hard as he can. That is not Roundtree going past him now. That's actually our race leader, Connor Bell. But, that has helped Roundtree close onto the back of Mackenzie. So, Mackenzie...
And Connor Bell had that actually quite well, where it didn't really slow him down. Which was lucky for him.
I have a feeling that Mackenzie may have just lifted off the throttle going down the straight just to make it easy for Bell, and that's helped Roundtree close onto the back of him. And that would be Ferguson driving off the track there at Honda Hairpin.
And Wingard, Wright and Wingard will see this in front of him. Hope that they don't catch him on a bad part of the track.
Oh, we got a good view of where our top three are. And there it is, covered by the hay shed. Something I'm going to have to check next time we get a chance to with the free cameras. Check if they've oh no, Mackenzie's off.
No.
Oh, we were talking him up. He was having a pretty good run.
It was a good battle. Yeah.
So that is an easy position for Roundtree. Donnelly and Strinsos are still going, by the way. Looking at the back of Strinsos' Mustang now. Twitch there for both Strinsos and Donnelly. Meanwhile, the gap between Wright and Wingard has really dropped down. So
yeah, it's under a second.
Yeah, we'll have to swap over to this battle here. So heading to Honda Hairpin.
So I think this is where it comes down to Wingard having the fresher tyres. And let's see what he can do with them. I just want to see the lap time difference now.
Between
the top three, yeah.
Well, okay. So here's Connor Bell, 35.1. We're going to quickly look at Wright, 36.9, and then Ben Wingard, 35.7. So Bell still has the fastest lap out of these three, but is that just one lap, or is it across the entirety of this stint? You would have to think that...
We'll see. So he's done a 35.2.
Yep.
See what Wright.
35.8 and 35 dead for Wingard.
So Wingard has to pass Wright as fast as he can right now, because I believe Wright is slowing him down. And they're coming up to some lap cars. Might come to Wingard's favour. Oh, someone's gone off.
Yeah, that looked like maybe Hallett.
So yeah, Wingard's. I think Wingard's just getting held up.
Yeah, I would agree with that as well.
Yeah.
So Wright is just losing time, and this lap car is not really doing Wright many favours. Now he does. But now Van Wingard is all over the back of him now.
And Wright's actually doing a quite good job. Oh, he's gone out wide. He had to tap the brake there.
Runs it wide, coming onto the main straight. That'll cost him.
Yeah, they're doing 36s.
Yeah, so with 3 laps left to run, unless Bell has a huge issue, I don't think we're going to see Van Wingard fight his way through, although he gets a good run out of turn 2 on Wright. I think we'll see him line up a send for Honda.
Oh, he's backed off. Why would he do that?
Well, Wright's had to gone defensive. He'll go for the switchback here on the way up to Siberia.
That's very passive. That was a bit too easy, if you ask me. He would know that he's got the fresh tyres. I don't know why he didn't send that.
Well, Wright managed to telegraph it pretty early that he was going to go defensive. He would go through Lukey Heights. Oh, Wright is pushing it hard into the corner. Now here's a chance for Van Wingard. Oh, he's pulled out of it. Wants to make the move cleanly. Right now, big armfuls of wheel spin. Now we'll see if Van Wingard can get the drive down the straight. He has great mid-corner pace over Wright. Wright's just got enough, it seems.
Wingard's just lifting off a bit too much. Take advantage of his speed, like, you know. Clearly he's got the speed.
Well, here we go. And
great move.
There's
Excellent
the send.
move.
Now can he pull it up? He has. Wright's going to switch back on him. Oh, they almost touched, but Van Wingard, he slides the tail end out at Wright. And now Van Wingard into second place now. Fortunately, he's left that. Well, it's too little, too late. Connor Bell, with only 2 laps left to run the race, I'd say it's not really going to work out for Van Wingard.
No, Bell's just run a brilliant second stint. 0 mistakes. Kept his nose clean.
Well, we say 0 mistakes, but he has made a mistake this race.
I'm with the second stint, you know, after his pit stop, he's just run a flawless run. And yeah, it's his race to lose right now. So
I'm just going to cut away from this battle because I spy a 3-car battle between Mackenzie, McIntosh, and Williams. They make their way up towards Lukey Heights now. McIntosh in the V-Power Mustang.
oh, he's locked up.
And just hang onto it. So how wide can Mackenzie make a Commodore?
He's got to run. Oh, he's going to go
Oh, I thought we were going to
three-way.
go
It's a
there.
three-way. That's a 3-way drag.
Oh, McIntosh thought about a move on Mackenzie. And Mackenzie's
Mackenzie's
going to
gone
run
wide.
wide, and that's going to be an easy position for McIntosh. And Williams is going to try and buy into it as well. He's already got the nose in of the Castrol Altima. He's managed to, well, he's had to pull out of it, unfortunately. Well, let's swap back to our main, well, the hero of this race, it has to be said. There it is now. So Connor Bell is about to start the final lap of this race. It's going to be a well-deserved win for Connor Bell.
Yeah, he just run a brilliant race. Good strategy. I think he learned from his first stint what to do in his second stint, you know. How hard he can push the car in the last few laps, and just driven a brilliant race. Wingard might have had a chance, I think, and he's lost the second place to Wright.
Yeah, he has. He's made a big mistake. He's dropped down 10 seconds, so...
Yeah, so he must have gone off. So I think if he played his cards right and he pushed to clear Wright a bit earlier, he might have... It would have been hard, but he might have had a chance. But you can't go past Bill just driving brilliantly, you know. He's the man to beat at the moment.
Certainly is. He's had a fantastic season so far. He's about to add another win to his collection. As he heads around MG for the final time. And he brings the Shell V-Power Mustang around the final corner to collect the checkered flag for race 1 of round 5 of grid number 2. And we're going to have to try and wrap this up as quickly as possible because I would say grid 1 has already made their start. So well done to Connor Bell for winning the first race tonight. We're going to look at Wright, and he is going to take home second place. He'll be happy with that for sure.
Yeah.
Flashback to third place, and it is Van Wingard. He'll be disappointed with third. I think that's going to be the one that got away for him. Oh,
and you know, what on to most of the guys, it was actually a quite clean race.
What happened there?
Someone just probably sent it into the wall.
Yeah. Oh, it was our race winner, Connor Bell. Huh? There we go. There's a bit of a drift there from Van Wingard. I'm having a great run with names lately. Right, still got a few stragglers to finish this race, but we're going to head back to the pit box. So let's head to our winner. So Connor Bell, winner of race number 1, ahead of Wright and Van Wingard rounding out the top 3. Marsden, Simmons, Strinsos, Donnelly, Roundtree, Hallett and Williams. Williams managing to take out the last spot in the top 10, so well done to Williams. Over the page we have McIntosh and McKenzie, Lees, Bretherton, Max Gowiak, Ferguson, and then we had Hubbard, who turned up in the server and then left. By the looks of things. So, well, that's it. That's the coverage for grid number 2 tonight. We're going to quickly jump out of the server and we will. Oh God! Stop doing that. What's the button I want to look at? There we go. That's what we want. While we jump into grid number 1. So.
Yeah, and hopefully they haven't started.
I think we'll find they probably have started. So, should have the screen share up for you. There we go. And just loading into the server. I think we're going to join a little bit into qualifying, but we'll quickly run through things like the points and whatever else we can. And oh, I've just realised something. I had the Grid 1 rolling banner.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
jeez.
I
That's a
did. Yeah.
little bit of a mistake there.
Okay, so we haven't started quali yet, which is good.
That is very good, which gives us enough time to have a look at some, well, championship points. So, here we go. Chris Munro, Reed, and Cortum as our top three at the moment. Then we have Matt Cotter, the Torpedo, David Thornton, Scarcella, Cycluna, Matt Munro, Dowd, and Keane. That is the top 10 of Grid 1 so far. Mover and shaker being Scarcella up in 6th place. And most podiums, well, Chris Munro has been, as ever, at the front for much of the race, or much of the season.
Yeah.
And, well, then all the way down to French, who has not got a single point at the moment.
Yeah, it's a tight battle for the top 5.
Yeah. And down in 21st. Yeah.
We got the Nip, the
Yeah.
Nipris brother, Chris Nipris.
Yep. Doing the family proud. But, well, he was just talking to me today, and, well, his shifter has broken completely.
I know.
So, yep, he's going to be racing with paddle shift tonight.
It's doable.
It's doable, but I've always found it a little bit uncomfortable.
Really?
Yeah. Well, you have to try and heel and toe with the paddle shift, and you're using the clutch as well. It's a bit uncomfortable.
You can still left foot brake, you know, as long as you're still blipping when you downshift.
Oh, well, I did not know that.
I think, yeah. I'm sure you can.
Well, here we go. We're about to go straight into qualifying. As well, there we go. We got a mad rush coming out of the pit lane. I want to say I saw Cotter going out first. Not quite right. Wasn't Richards. It would probably be Cortum. That's first on track.
You always want to be first.
Oh, do you though, around Phillip? Because you're punching a massive hole in the air going down the main straight.
I would say when you've got, I'm not sure what size grid they've got, but if you've got like 15, 20 cars, sometimes more, you know, sometimes they've got up to like 30 drivers, and you don't want to be mid-pack. I prefer the fresh air when it comes to quali.
Oh yeah, 100%. It is the best way to do it. So Cortum running around in the trading post Ford Mustang. And a little comment there from the Angry Raisin. AKR allows auto blip, so he was left foot braking.
Okay, yeah, auto blip is one thing, but you can, you know, if you don't have auto blip, you can still left foot brake and blip with your right foot instead of trying to heel the toe. If
yeah,
you know, if you don't have a shifter, you know, because yeah, it can be a bit like awkward trying to like heel and toe with paddle shift. All I'm saying is you can still drive it with left foot and blip your way down, and you know some V8 supercar drivers in real life do that.
Yeah, well, realistically, you don't need a clutch to change gears.
Yeah, you know, a lot of them left foot brake. Not a lot of them. I think there is like a small amount that used to, you know, not used to or still do left foot braking because you know they learned that from go-karts. You will know that all about that. So.
Yeah. Well, they would have also continued that when they were in the open wheelers, such as Formula 3 and several others. But I've noticed that, or heard that a few other drivers actually made improvements. I think it was Cam Waters made improvements when he swapped from left foot braking to right foot braking.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's possible. You know, like once you get that technique right, you know, I'm sure it'll probably work better. You know, you won't get some, you know, you definitely won't get a lot of diff locking. You might get that with left foot braking, you know. especially if you're not using the clutch, you know.
Well, anyway, we're about to see the difference between grid 2 and grid 1 as Cordham is about to set the benchmark for the rest of the field. 17 cars in the server at the moment.
118.
18.
Is that? Oh no, that was sector times. I was like, what?
So Cordham at 32.1 straight away, and Cordham at 31.6. So Cotter, Munro 31.6, and Thornton at 31.1. So the Repsol Holden on the front row next to the Nissan of Chris Munro. And we have Carroll and Richards sliding into 6th, 7th and 8th, Dowd into 5th. There's a different story in grid 1. The Holdens are at the front. Delaney into 4th place. Susanna into 10th. So currently fastest man is this guy here, David Thornton. Now Cyclona up into 6th. Still haven't seen my brother set a time. Hopefully he's adapted pretty quickly to left foot braking. So let's see, Delaney, no. We want Cordham, he's coming around the final corner. 33.9 by Keane, that puts him at the back of the field so far. And here we go, Cordham, it's a 31.5, that puts him up to 2nd. Matt Cotter stays in 4th. Wait and see. David Thornton into the 30s. A 30.8,
wow.
Brilliant lap time. And Ferguson bumps himself up into 6th as well. Now Dowd up into 5th, sorry. Oh, Thornton off the track. And
I think he just aborted that.
Yep. Yeah. And Nipris slides into 14th. Less than 3 seconds off the pace, which is
Delaney's in 2nd, 31.5.
Oh, it's tight at the top. Susanna up into 8th now. In fact, I just saw this guy rolling around just before Thornton abandoned that lap. This is your old teammate in the Send It Motorsports.
Yes, it is. And he's running the wild post deliveries.
So do you reckon he'll be on time?
Be on time will get your money back, isn't it?
Maybe that's why they spent $8,000 on watches. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I shouldn't joke about that. It's good to have a bit of fun. It's good to have a bit of fun.
You know, it'll be good to see an inside shot and see how they do the last corner if it's flat out.
Yeah, well, let's ride with Chris Munro. He's about to come up to the final corner. He has a lift, couple of stabs at the throttle, but he's... Oh, look at that. Now that is absolute confidence.
Right, yeah.
Yep. ...283 kilometres per hour. So we saw grid 2, they were topping out about 277, 278. So just that extra bit of confidence out of the final corner and trusting in the car nets you a huge, nets you a couple of Ks down the front straight as well.
Yeah.
Look at the confidence there. We didn't see a lot of the grid 2 drivers using the exit curb coming out of Siberia.
No.
But,
yeah. And it just shows like just the next level of technique these guys have with these cars. You know, it's just impressive to watch.
just see that Munro was just dancing the car over Lukey Heights. God, look at the mid-corner speed he has. We haven't seen that all night with the
No,
Grid
yeah,
2.
he just turns it in. The car does what it wants. You know, he's got that dialed in. That's for sure.
Well, that's why we have 2 grids in AK Racing. I'd say what Munro can do. It's going to be an improvement. It goes up to second.
And Chris has been racing with the Nissan for a while now, so he knows the car.
Yeah, good to see it, Nissan boy. He actually joined up with the Nissan team in Octane Racing's Sprint Series as well. So we were actually teammates for a little while.
Yeah, he's starting to love the ACC.
Yep.
I remember him saying, you know.
Well, they've recently updated the tyre model, and it feels so much different now.
Yeah. Sort of have a hate and love relationship with that game too. You love it, then you can hate it at the same time, you know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. I'll tell you what remains consistent for me though. Hating Monza.
I love Monza.
Oh, I hate it with a passion. Monza should just be set on fire and just everyone should just walk away from it.
No way.
Yeah, why?
Why?
Because it's a boring track.
How's it boring? You know,
You're driving in a straight line. You're driving in a straight line.
You get good top speed, you know, good braking. You got a heavy braking zone.
Yeah, it's straight, then brake, go through a chicane, then straight, then brake, go through a chicane, then straight.
If you can't pass in Monza, then there's something wrong. That's all I can say.
Anyone can be fast.
Right.
Anyone can be fast around Monza because it's just a power track. It's a power track.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, it is. It's a power track. You're spending more of the lap at full throttle than you are on the
if you win at Monza, you can really say you're the fastest because
well, you can say you put the biggest dent in your firewall with how hard you're pressing the throttle into it.
It's like Monaco. It's the same thing with like a track like Monaco, like in F1. You know, it's not a racetrack. It's just a caravan of F1s following whoever's in the lead. But it's entertaining to watch, you know.
Yeah, but at least with Monaco, you have to actually negotiate some turns. Yeah.
I don't know.
Got you there. The only thing more boring than Monza is an oval track.
Oh, that's hard. That's harsh.
Ooh. Harsh but fair.
Oh, Munro has actually really closed up the gap to Thornton.
I was about to bring that up, but I'm still hating on Monza, and that's turned into a hobby for me.
I'm just still revolutioning all the wins I've had at Monza.
There we go. Now it comes out. Now it comes out. I've had all these wins at Monza. That's why it's such a good track. Geez. So yeah, Chris Munro, he's about to start a new lap. I saw him teleport straight to the pits. We might leave him alone and follow Mr. Thornton here. He's still on top in the number 16 Repsol Commodore. Oh, that car's not looking too happy, although I have a sneaking suspicion that this is an outlap for him.
And Chris Nipris has improved this time, going up to 14.
Yeah, we'll have to give him some screen time. He'll hate me for it, but...
I know, that's why I said it. You know, come on, Chris.
Yeah. Ooh. Oh, who's that in the background that's just gone off? Is that Dowd? No, it's not Dowd. Not Richards either. Must be Kane. Yeah, it's Kane. Someone is racing tonight. I have absolutely forget who it was. But yes, it's Matt Keane. He's absolutely done something to his right eye. Did you see that in the Discord?
No. So he's driving with one eye. That's going to be
Almost.
interesting.
Almost. There we go. Richard's up to 5th. So the two Repsol Commodores going pretty well at the moment. Both in the top 5. Oh, someone off the track. It's Cowdwell. Oh, that's a new livery. Star Trek.
Star Trek.
Yeah. Well, that'd be the second
The
half.
DHL. No one liked the DHL
No.
race made for me.
No. Have to have a look at that. Up garage. Still
Upgrade.
send it. Yeah, Hoonigan. Trust Racing. Oh, God.
Up garage.
Hear the lawyers warming up already. Jump aboard, see if he's nothing on the dash. That's boring. I'll tell you what. Best dashes here would have to be on the Munro's cars.
Oh, the good old VB, yeah. He's probably had a couple VBs before he started. That's why he's so fast.
More than likely. That's why he's in second, yeah. Oh, Dowd, look at that. Up to 3rd.
Wow.
And he's going to dive back into the pit lane. Just going to quickly run around and see if we can't find any funny dashes. No, nothing there, nothing there, nothing there. There we go. That's another good one.
Polish Club, Kangaroo Valley.
Yep. Daniel Cycluna, filling my gas tank with SpaghettiOs and hiring a mechanic to fix it. Yeah, gotta love these guys from the Kangaroo Valley. We've seen Matt Cotter, Reed, nothing. Susanna, oh come on guys, get something funny on your dash. I love it. Hill, yeah, racing me so hard. I thought Chris did something with his dash. He hasn't done it. Oh, well. Keen's got nothing, Cowell's got nothing, and Pool's got nothing. Boring.
Boring guys, come on, get
the memes happening. Still the best dash I've seen has been Justin Courtier's dash.
See, I totally agree, Angry Raisin. You need a lot of skill to navigate Monza.
Skill in your right foot. That's all you need.
Exactly. Thank you. I've had a few of my Heineken. Too many Heineken, mate. Don't drink and broadcast, guys.
Oh, it makes it more entertaining.
Yeah.
That's how we roll in some of the broadcasts.
Well, that's right.
Yeah.
We have champagne parties while we're talking.
Yeah. Most people think I'm wearing pants while broadcasting.
What are you trying to do to us, Matt?
Trying to make people laugh. I am actually wearing pants. Don't worry. Just not wearing.
We're watching all these memes, guys wearing no pants at the office or something.
Oh, yep.
Yep.
That's it. That's exactly it. I'm not wearing a shirt, but you know, whatever.
Oh, flexing, are we?
Flexing. Yep. Geez, the grid 1 time's so tight in the top 9.
Yeah.
Less than a second covering those guys. But even the second half of the field, it is still pretty tight. All the way down to Pool. So we're going to have 2 groups of racing tonight, which is going to be very interesting. And Thornton is actually improving. He's 0.07 up on his own time. So this could be a bit of a demoraliser. And yeah, a 30.7. I'll check in with Chris Munro, see what he can do. 32.1. He'll have enough time to do another lap. I'll check in on Delaney. This will be an out lap for him. Who else? Well, Matt Cotter's usually pretty quick. Nope, he's actually going to abandon this lap. Well, guess we will stay with Chris Munro then. Last 2 minutes of this session, Thornton is back in pit lane. He's not going to get out for another lap. Oh no, he is. He's just got out, so he'll have enough time to get around and do 1 lap.
I think he just saw Chris Munro out there and just go like, just in case Chris gets him, he might want to be out there just in case. I would say that's why. Delaney's still having a go.
Checking with Delaney, see where he's at. Jump on board with him, see what his time is. He's up by 2 1,000ths. Oh, sorry, hundredths of a second. Oh, there's a lot of understeer in that car through Lukey Heights. Who was that? Richards has just bumped Delaney back down to 6th. Oh, big slide out of MG. Can he keep the power on? Munro goes to the top. 30.75. Brilliant lap time.
And see, that's why Thornton went out.
Delaney's going to improve. And Delaney goes up to 4th. Yep.
So he's in the second row.
Check in with Matt Cotter now. He's scrambling to get to the line now to get this lap happening. I don't think he's going to make it either. 13 seconds. No, he's going to miss it.
It's going to be tight.
No, he's not going to make it.
Yeah, he's not going to.
Oh, maybe. 2, 1, and chicken flag. No, he's missed it.
He's missed it.
He has missed it.
All depends. If he comes out of it, then he's missed it. I reckon he's got it though. Still going.
Oh, no, he's going to be. That's a bin. This could be bin of the night. Does he keep it out of the fence? No. That is bin of the night right there. Right, let's see. So Phil Reid, is he up? He should be up. I can't see because of the damn sun, but he has not improved. So how about Josh Hill? Oh, big slide. He's 2/10 down, but he's quickly making up that disadvantage. It's a good exit. We'll have to check in with Thornton. And Hill does improve, but he doesn't change his position. Here's Thornton. I don't think he's going to improve either. No, he can't.
No.
Just one more car on the track. That's no, Cyclone's going to pull out of it. So that is the end of qualifying. We'll jump back to the pits and run through your grid for race 1 tonight. So we have Chris Munro starting off pole position with an amazing 130.7 ahead, well 7.5 ahead of Dave Thornton with a 130.78. That is how tight it is between our top two. Then we have Dowd, Delaney, Cortum and Richards. So great spread across the times there. Then we have Cycluna, Cotter, Reid and Cesana. Bit of a gap between 9th and 10th, so I think we're going to have a bit of a separation of groups.
Yeah, but the front can just be battling so much with each other that like it closes the gap from the mid, the back group to the front group, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're just going to reposition our camera right there. Over the page, we have got Ferguson, Hill, Hum, Keane, Nippers, Caldwell, and Poole rounding out our 17 competitors. Unless someone else has just turned up. No. Unfortunately, missing Matt Munro tonight. That's a huge shame. And Dietmar Rath. A bit of a shame there. And also missing Nichols. That's another regular. And anyway, let's Let's get some hot picks there. Who do we reckon is going to win? This is going to be a lot harder than Grid 2, I have
Well,
to say.
yeah, it's it's a tough choice, you know. Like, I think it's anyone's game in the top 9, really.
Hmm.
I think it's all comes down to strategy with these guys. It's not about, like, you know, quality is one thing, and it's all about race pace. How long is the race? So it is 33 laps, same distance.
Well, we've got one prediction in chat. Richards for the win by by M. Richards Riddy.
I think
M.
didn't he
Richards
just quote
Riddy.
himself?
I don't think you can vote for yourself, so
Oh.
we might just delete that chat, that
Nichols
message.
might make race 2. Okay.
That'd be good. That'd be good. So
Yeah.
18 competitors for race 2, hopefully. That reaction, priceless. Let's just move back a bit. No, we can't. So I think I've worked it out. I think it's the bridge that's causing the break in the audio. Because if I go back here, past the bridge, there's the audio.
It breaks the sound barrier in.
Yeah. So that's a hell of a bridge. Right. Yep. Okay, so it's the bridge. What if I sit above here?
So
No.
Delaney, Thornton, and Munro. Yeah,
Yeah.
it could be anyone's game if you ask. Like, the quality of drivers in pretty much most of the field. Like, yeah. Well, Thornton might have some connection issues.
He's been jumping in and out.
He's definitely had some connection issues in the past, I remember.
Oh, so has Matt Munro too. So.
Well, he's got a 1 minute and 40 seconds.
Oh yeah, that's plenty of time. There he is, back in there. Good on him. Don't be shy in the chat. Give us your predictions for this race. It's going to be a very close one, I reckon.
Yeah, I would say... Yeah, I can't pick it. I'm not going to pick it.
Oh, jeez.
Delaney's got an advantage because he's in a Mustang, so...
Oh, here we go. Good to see a decent mix of cars on the top 10, though. We've got a Nissan up the front, which is good to see. Yeah, I'm sort of a bit surprised by this guy here, Dowd. He's certainly turned it on this round. I reckon he's a bit of a dark horse, so I reckon Dowd will probably rank pretty highly in this race.
Yeah. Well, he's definitely put himself in a position to have a go.
And all the way back here. So, yeah, Chris Nipris
just needs a good start, and he might make up 2-3 places.
Yep. Right, well, the lights are on our screen here. And we're going to lose audio for a second as the lights start to light up. We have got 6 lights on, and we are away and racing. It's a good start from the front row. Thornton might just have the better start. He has indeed. He's edging in front of Munro as we head into turn number 1. We're still side by side. Oh my God, my camera flying skills are not that great. And they're still side by side. Are we going to get through turn 1 cleanly? Looks like we have. Can we get through turn 2 cleanly? Yes, we can. So, well, good. Oh no, that's Caldwell in the Star
He's just
Trek.
tapped the grass, you know.
There's going to be a delay with your parcel this Christmas. Sorry, guys. All right, now into Honda. I see some smoke signals already. Cars going around the outside. And, oh, this is a clean start. What's going on? Is this sim racing, or... I thought this was a sim race.
This is sim racing at its best.
Ah, yes, I agree. Right, let's swap back to our broadcast. So there's Matt Munro leading the way. He's managed to take the whole shot ahead of David Thornton. So we head to Lukey Heights for the first time of asking. And the field already starting to spread out. Cyclona falling behind Reed by about a second. So, actually, haven't really had a huge split in the field just yet. Geez, Thornton is really intently following the back of Chris Munro's Nissan. He's not letting Munro get away.
No. Dowd's actually having a bit of a struggle in the first couple of laps. Just falling a bit behind.
Oh, Hum's dropped down, and so has Nippers. So we have two drivers off the track. Oh, where is that? How? That's
coming
turn
out
two.
First corner, the second corner or something.
Mm-hmm.
I believe. I think they just probably came together. Perhaps.
Yeah, it's strange because Hum was well in front of Nippers. Very strange. Oh, Susanna's off the track. Oh, he's managed to find the wall at Honda Hairpin too. So, jeez.
And while we're watching that, Delaney has passed Dowd.
Yep.
Gone into third.
Dowd is under all sorts of pressure. He's got Richards right behind him. Here we go. This will be a send from Richards. Dowd's going to argue the point. He'll have the inside line for the next corner. Now, this could work out in Cortum's favour and Matt Cotter too.
Oh, that's just an angry pack behind him.
Yep. So you see, this is why I like Phillip Island. Everyone's going to stay relatively close because of the slipstream down the straight and because it is such a fast circuit.
Yeah.
Yeah, we see it all the time in MotoGP and Moto2 and Moto3. It just creates such good racing here. Oh, Richards ran it very deep into turn two. He almost was vulnerable to Cortum, but Cortum is just had to pull out of it. Of course, just behind Cortum, we got the torpedo. Here comes Richard. Oh, late dive bomb. And it looks like he's got it done. It's going to leave Dowd vulnerable. Well, he'll probably try and fire it straight back. He's just not quite there. So maybe Dowd is looking after those tyres in this early phase of this race.
It's possible.
Right on board now with Matt Cotter.
I think the first few laps they're not really thinking about tyres, to be honest.
No, the red mist as well and truly descended. Oh, Dowd grabbing the grass. Thought he was in trouble.
He held it.
Tell you what, Richard's prediction is looking pretty good at the moment. Delaney, Thornton and Munro. And we have got Delaney, Thornton and Munro on the podium.
Yeah, it's still on a long race.
Oh, Cotter runs it deep into turn two. He manages to swing it back. He'll get good drive coming out of turn two. Will he be able to use it into Honda?
Such a cool livery too.
The Sabre one, yeah.
Yeah.
Now caught him up the inside of Dowd. He's on the wrong side of the track for the next corner, which is Siberia. But he's going to try and put it around the outside anyway. Now Dowd will just... Dowd's giving him rube on the exit as well. And I think he's going to regret that going through Hayshed. They're still side by side. Oh no, they've touched!
Oh,
Dowd is around. Oh, he's going to save it. No, he's around.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, I think that's...
Kudos to those guys who avoided him. You know, that's just... You know.
I honestly thought he was going to save it. back out in front. I think Cordham, he'll probably find himself having to visit the steward's trailer at the end of this race. So I think there was maybe a bit of contact there, but I don't know. That's why I'm up here, and the stewards have their jobs.
Yeah.
Yep.
The race director will be looking at that, maybe.
No, for sure.
I always started with Dowd just giving Autumn that sniff, and that's all Autumn needs. You know, you just can't give him that much room because he'll put the nose in. And
doesn't need a second invitation.
No, that's right. And we've still got such a good battle at the front with Munro and Thornton.
That's right. Still nose to tail, and Delaney, he's just watching and waiting at the moment. Right now, do you think Thornton, he might just be just taking notes while sitting behind Munro, just working out where he's stronger and where he's weaker?
Well, that's right. You know, well, being the same race distance as Grid 2, we sort of know this will be a one-stop. So this will all be about, looking after their tyres, but it doesn't look like they're pulling out any punches. You know, they're going full ball. You know, they're doing 32s. Most of the grid are 32s, 33s.
Caught him in pit lane.
Maybe a drive-through for his contact. So it could be I would say that was a drive-through penalty.
Yeah, that was very quick.
Yeah.
And he's going to drop all the way down behind Cesana and Nippris.
Yeah, I would say that was a drive-through with his contact with Dowd.
The steward's all over that one.
Unfortunate for him. Now he's got a lot of work in front of him.
Well, now the field's starting to spread out, although we do have a little battle brewing here between Nippris and Cesana. I saw Nippris was up as far as 13th, and then he dropped behind Caldwell and Hum.
Yeah, so Cesana was... I'm not sure if he got assisted off the track or if it was a mistake on his own. But he was definitely, I think, in the top 10. And now he's trying to fight his way through. He wouldn't be happy with him.
Oh, that was late lunge. I'll say there's no battles on track, but completely forgot about this one here, the most important one on the track.
Yeah, they're still at it.
And they're not really dropping Delaney, and Delaney's not catching them either.
Yeah, I think Delaney will just be happy just to see how this battle goes. Because if they start getting stuck into each other, that will just draw Delaney right in there.
We also have a close battle between Caldwell and Hum, and Hill and Keane as well. So definitely check those two out very, very soon. Thornton thought about it.
At the moment.
Oh no. Nippris off. That's at the Honda hairpin, so that allows Cesana and Cordham through. And meanwhile, this battle here, we got Hill and Keane battling away for the last spot in the top 10. Hill, he's been running around in the GT 500s as well in Go Race Promotions.
Oh, he's got a good run.
And he'll get it done before turn 1, I think.
Yeah.
He gets it done too. So,
All right.
still on a bit of a march, but that livery still triggers me. Chevy
What is
Lumina
that?
on
Yellow,
a Ford.
mellow yellow.
Yeah, it's the Days of Thunder car.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a Chevy Lumina, and that's on a Ford Falcon. It even says Lumina on the front bar.
Okay.
It triggers me. It really does upset me.
I don't even.
It triggers my OCD. Leave me alone.
It's the car's a little bit confused.
Doesn't know what it identifies as. Oh boy, here come the Twitch safety crew. What are they? The Twitch safety council, safety advisement council or something. Coming for me now.
Angry Raisin, I take full credit. Okay.
Yeah, for that lovely creation. Mind you, I'd also like to point out that the Angry Raisin thinks that aqua wheels are a good thing. It's just a joke, Angry. It's just a joke. Hours, mate, hours. Oh, Susanna's now binned it, so...
Oh.
He's dropped down just behind Nipris again.
He will not be happy with himself with that.
No, no. So, well, let's check in on the battle for first. Munro's just starting to... pull away a little bit from Thornton. So, oh, that's ominous. Choke is what you're seeing next weekend at Silverstone and ACC. I haven't even seen it myself actually. I know you posted it in the chat on Discord, but I haven't actually looked at it. And I think I want that to be a surprise. Oh, Susanna gets a drive-through penalty for speeding, so as if your day isn't already bad. Here, have a drive-through penalty.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Cordham's already fighting his way through the field. Oh, Caldwell was not letting that go. Now that's going to leave Cordham vulnerable to Hum just behind. And right on board with Hum now. Getting a front row seat to maybe ascend just after Lukey Heights. And up the inside he goes, so this is going to be a forceful move, slides it in.
You have to wrestle with that.
Oh no, and he's around.
Oh no.
Oh,
Was that contact?
There was contact, but I think Cordham was already sideways. I think he'd already lost control.
Ah, wish we had a replay.
Wish we had a replay as well, but either way, Cordham has slid down. Now, it's not the end of the world for Cordham because these are reverse grid race number 2s. So, it's not the end for Cordham.
No. But still, he wouldn't be happy. You know?
No.
Yeah, you don't want to be down there. That's.
No. No. It doesn't look good. Doesn't look good on the resume.
I say Susanna's. He's gone off.
Yep. He's decided
He's exited.
enough's enough for this race. I'll try again in race 2.
And the closest battle's still at the front.
Yes, indeed.
Nothing's been able to separate them. They're just
in a rhythm.
They're just being tethered by that half a second, and I think they're just in a groove, just watching each other's times. I reckon that's what they're doing. What's my time? So Munro would be like, what's my time? What's Thornton's time? And it's exactly the same, almost identical time. Oh! Yeah, it just looked like Munro was just going a bit sideways. It might have been lag.
Might have just been a bit of a four-wheel drift.
Yeah.
Yep. Right on board now with Dave Thornton. See, might get a driver's perspective from you, Steve. Like, you're following a driver who's pretty quick. What are you looking at?
Just his behaviour. If you're on 11th lap, you know tyres will start going off. Who's going to blink? Who's going to do the undercut, and who's going to try to do the overcut? You know what I mean? What I'll be looking for is this behaviour of the car, and see where his car's struggling. You know, and just look where I can attack. Right? And it wouldn't be so easy with you know, going against someone like Chris Munro.
Both getting good drive up towards the final corner. They're going to be coming up on lap traffic soon as well in form of pool.
Yeah, so that might be a factor. I think right now they're both just going, okay, I just have to look after my tyres a little bit, not attack, you know, and just wait if someone just makes a mistake. That's all it needs. Someone just make just a small mistake, and Thornton's through.
They're starting to drop Delaney a little bit. The gap between Thornton and Delaney is now up to 2 seconds.
Yeah.
So perhaps Delaney is, as I say that, he's managed to get the gap down a little bit.
But right now, you know, if I was Thornton, I would be like, look, we're almost trading lap times, lap after lap. I would try to do an undercut. So, but how early do you pit? You know what I mean? Will Thornton pit, you know, that one lap earlier, just try to get the undercut back? Yeah, it's going to be interesting. So who's going to blink? Because if you try to do the undercut, you're going to risk being stuck in traffic as well. So you have to really calculate that.
And a good evening to Ruka. Nice of you to finally join us. So, I think really for Thornton, he probably needs to maybe go longer. So he and Munro are trading same lap times. Might want that little advantage at the end of the race.
Yeah.
Although then again, Phillip,
because like if his tyre, yeah, because it's going to be tough.
Yeah.
All depends where you drop, you know, where you come out of the pits. Like, if you're going to go long, you want to make sure a lot of the other drivers have already pitted. But when you come out, you'll sort of come back into your position. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I can sort of see where you're coming from, but I think they're going to run into lap traffic soon in shape of pool. Just seeing.
Where is Paulie on the track? Oh, so he would have just passed the finish line.
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, he'll get lapped within the lap or so. If he doesn't.
Might be an idea for these two then to actually come into the pit lane and.
Yeah, exactly my thoughts. Like, you know, especially Chris. Chris will try to want to either have an easy pass or, yeah, so it's not that far. Or he'll be thinking about pitting this lap so he doesn't get caught up with Paulie.
Saw someone go off the track. It was Dowd, but he's in pit lane. And he's going to run through his pit stop now, so...
He's pitting in lap 14, lap 15.
We've got a great battle here between Richards and Cotter. Cotter's going to get the switchback on on Richards, but he's on the wrong side of the track for Siberia. He's going to try and wing it around the outside. Oh, Richards has given him room. We saw what happened to Dowd. Are they going to play nice through the hay shed? They're both giving each other room. Oh, Richards runs wide onto the grass, but manages to keep control of the car. I think here comes a torpedo. Oh, he's locked the rear brakes. Oh. Oh, great racing between these two.
Yeah.
And well, as you were, gentlemen. Let's look out the back. Oh, Cotter runs onto the grass.
See, look at they're just trading times at the front. Almost identical time. So what is the, if I was Delaney, I would come into the pit, like I would just try to get that risk and try to get an undercut and close that gap, maybe.
Yep, I would too if I was Delaney.
Yeah.
We're almost at half race distance, so you can make it. Now, Cortum's also actually just catching the back of Hum. Hum's actually in the pit lane, so never mind about that. So let's head back to this battle here between Cotter and Richards. In fact, we're going to jump on board with Matt Cotter now. I want to be on board for the next torpedo, that's for sure.
Be on board for the great next then.
Yep. Stamps are licked. Richards wise to it.
Did a great job defending there.
He's going to compromise his exit though.
That corner will be hard just to get drive out sometimes, so sort of had a moment there.
Yeah, he grabbed the grass on the entry to the final corner.
And Delaney's starting to lose time from the top two. I think he's made a mistake. Lost half a second.
Just see it here, how gentle Cotter is trying to be on the throttle.
His tyres will be hurting right now, and so would Richards. I think Cotter will just be, showing his nose. Hopefully Richards will make a mistake, but I think Richards is a skilled enough driver to know not to panic too much.
Repsol Commodore is proving to be quite wide.
Either maybe
Monroe's in the pits.
In the pits. So he's coming to the pit, and I'm surprised.
That's half race distance, so.
Surprised Thornton. So Thornton's going for the overcut. I'm surprised Delaney didn't follow him in.
Well,
I would say they're in the next lap.
Yeah, well, especially now they're getting into lap traffic, so.
Yeah. And I think Chris saw that, and I think he just dived into the pits and go, look, I'm just going to... Because if Thornton get caught up... Who was that?
That looks like Hum.
Hum?
Yeah, I think that's... Yeah, it's Hum.
So... The good thing, Hum will be on fresh tyres. I think if he pitted, he'll be on fresh tyres, so... He shouldn't get caught that fast.
Oh, Chris Monroe's come out in 8th position. He's just ahead of Matt Keane, the one-eyed bandit there.
The one-eyed bandit, pirate.
Oh, we could call him Snake if you like. Solid Snake. Or is it Venom Snake? Venom Snake, there you go. One with one eye. So we'll have to keep an eye on where he slides out when all the pit stops finish up.
So yeah, Thornton's in the pits, and so is Delaney.
Okay, so it's a long pit lane. And Richards has been given a drive-through penalty for speeding in pit lane, so that's a free kick for Cotter. Oh no, he's missed his pit box too. Oh, it's disastrous for him. And,
We'll see where Thornton comes out.
He comes out. Oh, where's Chris Munro? Chris Munro's. Oh, this has worked out for Thornton.
Oh, this is going to be close.
It's going to be very close. Here comes Chris Munro. I don't think he's going to do it. He's actually going to lose 2 places. Oh, he's done. No, oh no, he's done it.
He's on warm tyres. There's no way. Yeah. Yeah. So the undercut works a lot better.
Not only that, but Delaney has actually caught up to Thornton.
Yeah. Thornton could have just been a bit cautious coming into the pits, where Delaney could have
really pushed
really
the issue.
caught up. Yeah, really pushed the issue and got away with it, and you know, gained himself 1.5 seconds at least.
I think Cordham's had a lose. So he's actually travelling really slow at the moment. He lost a position to Hum. Now he's being caught rather rapidly by Nipris.
Did he take it off? Is he? Maybe he just came out of the pits. I'm not sure. I wasn't paying attention.
He's starting to pull away now, so yeah, maybe I think you're right.
I reckon he was in the pits and he just came out. Yeah.
And now Richards is actually taking his pit lane penalty. Unfortunately, our field has started to spread out a bit. So I haven't got much action on track except between Thornton and Delaney. Now, if you're Delaney, do you think to yourself, I should work with Thornton and try and catch up to the back of Munro? Or do you just try and get second?
No, if I was Thornton, I would just put all kinds of pressure to Thornton right now. Richards drive through. Yeah, right now I would do that. Like, because if you give Thornton just too much breathing space, you know, he'll start, you know, pulling away. You know, he's got the car speed. So if I was Delaney, I'll be putting all sorts of kind of pressure, as you know, and hoping that Thornton will start making minor mistakes. It's not so easy. It's not easy to intimidate Thornton. So you know, you really have to pile the pressure on him, just to force something. And Munro does a 31.5.
Yeah, fast lap of the race. 31.6 and 31.7 for Thornton and Delaney. This is a really intriguing battle. Well, I don't know. I mean, if I was thinking that Thornton,
was that a little tap there? That was Delaney's.
I think they managed to just avoid each other. I mean,
And that's exactly what Delaney's trying to do. Just put that pressure on, showing Thornton he's there, you know, and he's not going away. And Thornton will know about it.
I was about to say that if I was Delaney and I thought that Thornton had the pace, I'd be working with him to try and get onto the back of Chris Munro. The more you fight, the more you cost yourself time, and the more yeah.
I think because just Chris Munro, you know, I think he just had the gap already, and it will be a bit of an ask to close that gap, like, you know, because Munro had at least a 2 second gap after that pit change. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and if I was Delaney, and you know, after the first stint, I'll be like, okay, you know, like my race pace is not up to their, you know, up with them, and so you know he'll be thinking about second pace. You know, well that will be my thinking anyway. Because like I said, if you give too much room with Thornton, you know, he'll just get away. And I think.
I wonder if, oh, this is going to hurt Munro. Now it's up to Thornton and Delaney to clear the lap car of Lucas Dowd. I saw that he was battling pretty hard with Caldwell, so I wonder if there was a little bit of a touch there between those two.
Might have been.
Now Hum and Keane have swapped positions, although Keane just out of the pit lane. Ooh. So I have to say, I'm quite impressed with how the Grid 1 drivers have managed to make their tyres last. I mean, we're seeing drivers pitting on lap 22, for goodness sake. That is quite good driving and quite good setup from these guys.
Yeah. Even keeping the cars on the road. Your tyres will be quite second-hand.
Especially for Keane now. He's on probably the best rubber he can get. He's now chasing drivers that have well and truly used up a bit of their tyre life. Hum is really going defensive, trying to hold off Corton.
Corton's on a mission, you know. It's going to be a good drag race. Oh, he's going to squeeze down the inside.
Oh,
Hum's
giving him the space, but he'll try for the switchback. He'll be on the wrong side of the track for the next corner. But then he'll try and switch back again. Cordham's wise to it, parks the car on the apex. Now Hum's going to be under pressure from Keane now. This is it. This is really the closest race on the closest battle on the track so far.
Yeah, and it's quite a good one.
Yeah. You don't have to be at the very front of the field for good racing. Now we're going to see a send here from Keane. He's looking for it. He definitely thought about it. He had to pull out of it. He had the rear brakes skating.
Yeah, I think he was just a bit too far behind. Wasn't close enough for that.
He's going to get a good run onto the main straight though. And he's got the slipstream all the way down the straight. Bit of Commodore power. He's on the wrong side of the track. Can he stick it around the outside? Should have better mid-corner grip than Hum. Oh, that bank doors a little bit. And up the inside will go Keen. He should take the spot easily. Parks it on the apex, and Hum has got no response for that. So, 2 laps in a row, Hum has just been mugged on the main straight. And play on for these guys. As Keen just already starting to pull away a bit from Hum.
Cordham's just taken off.
Yep,
He's not waiting.
No, he's not. He's got 12 seconds to make up on Josh Hill.
Yeah.
With about 9 laps to go. I don't think he's going to be able to do it, but you never know.
Well, if he just came, I don't think he came out of the pits not long ago, so he'll be on pretty good tyres.
The question is, when did Hill come into the pits?
Yeah. No. Well, we'll just watch those numbers.
Now, this is something interesting. The gap has slowly started to come down between Thornton and Munro. And he's bringing Delaney along with him, but Delaney's just starting to lose the back a bit. The back of the number 16 Commodore.
Yeah. So I'm not sure if Munro is if he's just looking after his tyres a little bit and just lifting off, not trying to burn out his tyres, or he's just made a mistake. This is definitely the battle to watch in the next few laps.
Unfortunately. Oh, okay. Interesting. Our race director has been kicked from the server. Hopefully no one's noticed that, otherwise it's going to be free game. I don't know what's happened there, but that's a little bit odd. I'm sure just some technical issues affecting our race director. Hopefully he'll join in again soon.
It's free reign, guys. Just send it.
It's free real estate. Thornton is really closing the gap. He's closed up 8/10 this lap.
Wow.
Munro.
Yeah. So I wonder if Munro just isn't, if he didn't just eat out on his tyres and his tyres are really suffering, or he could be looking after them. So he's got something at the end of the race to fight for. And they're only a lap older, if I believe, yeah. They're only a lap older than Thornton's and Delaney, so he shouldn't be struggling that much. Yeah, he's actually really... Wow, that's a lot of time. What's your take?
I'd say that Thornton has just decided to drop the hammer, put the car in party mode, and he's trying to hunt him down. Yeah, definitely. Just that oversteer moment.
Yeah. It's hammer time. That's what Thornton said.
Maybe he's just drunk from the same... maybe he's given he's with a Repsol livery. Maybe he's taken a stash of Mark Marquez's special brew of Red Bull.
Or maybe he just wants to ask Munro for VB. Just lay down, mate. Lay down, mate.
Just want a VB. Might be why a few people can't really catch Matt Munro, because no one wants a 4X.
Get that away.
Okay, so Munro has just responded this this lap. He's picked up 2/10 on Thornton.
Yeah. Yeah, he sure has.
So maybe Chris Munro is just doing the best he can to manage those tyres.
I think so. I think just Chris just sent a message, go, look, you know, I've still got the times. Thornton would have seen that, so he'll try to push even harder. And Delaney's just starting to.
He's keeping in touch. He just can't. He just can't bridge the gap between himself and Thornton.
Yeah, he just can't just apply that pressure that he needs for Thornton to make a mistake. You know, to put him under pressure. He's there. Thornton can see him in his rearview mirror. And you know what? It doesn't take long for you to make a mistake, and that 1 second gap comes to 0.
That's it. Again, almost identical lap times between our top three. Delaney just a little bit slower than both Munro and Thornton. So, geez, it's going to be a tight finish to this race, I think. Tell you what, Matt Cotter's also doing a similar pace to these guys, so if he hadn't started so far back, he'd be in with a shot for the win as well.
Yeah, he's always in the shot, Matt Cotter. You can never count him out, that's for sure.
No. Well, you can now, he's 16 seconds behind.
Oh,
we might just head over and join Matt Cotter. Fortunately, he had a really bad qualifying session. Started way down, I think it was 8th position, but he's made a huge gain up to 4th. It's the reverse grid race. It's going to hurt him. Oh, big send there from Cotter. Wasn't even on a pass position. So, as we start ticking down the last few laps of this race, it is still Chris Munro, but the gap has really come down between himself and Thornton. Delaney is still just sitting in the background there, just sort of waiting to see what happens. I would say that at this stage, Thornton will be a little bit desperate to close the gap and desperate to make the move as he ranges up on the back of the 185 Nissan. Thornton will be absolutely chomping at the bit right now, trying to close the gap onto the back of Munro. He'll have the toe down the main straight, but geez, that Nissan seems to have a fair bit of straight line pace.
Yeah.
As Delaney was the fastest out of these three. So Thornton now closes back onto the back of the Nissan. Are we going to see a send into Honda? Oh, he's on the wrong side of the track. Munro's going half defensive. Oh, he's got it sideways, and Thornton will take the lead. So a slight mistake by Chris Munro, and that was all that David Thornton needed. Now it'll be up to Chris Munro to try and fight back on Thornton, but now both these guys have got to be aware that Delaney, he is now within a second of these two, so they're going to have to really use their brain while they're fighting.
Yeah, Chris will be. Oh,
he's going to be
kicking himself about that.
Yep, he'll be frustrated beyond frustrated, but no, it's not over until the checkered flag drops. Oh, Delaney sideways. That's going to cost him any hope he had of being involved in this battle, unless there was a mistake from either Thornton or Munro. So, jump on board with the Nissan. Just looking at the back of the number 16 Commodore, it's definitely looking a lot more comfortable at this stage of the race, this stage of the tyre life. I wonder if Chris Munro just took too much off the tyres.
Yeah, possible. Well, they're a lap older. And with these super softs, you know, a lap is a lifetime almost.
Oh, well, I was about to say lap traffic could play a part, but no, it won't. Got just over 8 kilometres left of racing to go in this race. As the top three start to close in on each other again. Just see that Munro is not ready to wave the white flag yet.
Yeah, no, he'll fight to the last inch of tarmac. Plus, he's got Delaney right behind him. You know, he can't sit back and relax.
No, not at all. Delaney's starting to buy into the battle now. He's less than 6/10 off of Munro. There could be some time for some more heartbreak for Chris Munro as we round the final corner to start the final lap. David Thornton leads the way. Oh no, that was Delaney. He grabbed the grass and he's off. So there goes our grandstand finish between Delaney and Munro. Just saw it there, the number 17 just grabbed the grass on the entry to the final corner, and well, he was a passenger from there on out. So really, this guy here, he's done a fantastic job. He's certainly played a strategic masterclass.
Yeah. Brilliant drive. He just has to keep it together.
Roughly about 3Ks left of racing to go.
Yeah.
These cars, well, it doesn't take much for these cars to spin themselves around. On board now with Dave Thornton. He heads through the hay shed for the last time of asking in this race. Well, it's been a great drive once more. As he rounds the final corner, and it's going to be a great win for Dave Thornton in the number 16 Repsol Holden Commodore. Chris Munro's put in a decent effort to fight back, but it's going to be Dave Thornton again. Wins the race. Speaking of gutted, here comes Delaney. Finished a very lonely third. Might be ruining what might have been. Matt Cotter, another driver, will be wondering what might have been. The pace he had at the end of this race was quite impressive.
And Courtney clawed his way back to 9th, which is good.
Yes, he has. He's just coming through Hayshed now. So gets a little bit of wheel spin, but he's going to round the final corner. 9th place, top 10. Good salvage job from him. He'll be in a pretty good position for race number 2, though, at least for the win. So we're going to return to the pit lane while we're still waiting on a few drivers to return, finish the race. And we're going to join in with a little bit of drifting from Dave Thornton in the background there.
Oh, he'll be stoked with that, you know.
No, he's binned it. I bet he's been doing some great drifts all lap, and then just as we join him, that's when he bins it. Right, let's run through the finishing order for race number 1. So there we go. We've got some donuts happening now. So Dave Thornton takes the win after a great strategic masterclass race from Chris Munro. Delaney will finish on the podium ahead of Matt Cotter, and Phil Reid rounds out the top 5. Cycluna, Richards, Ferguson, Cordham and Hill round out the top 10. Then over the page we have Keane, Hum, Caldwell, Dowd, Nippers, Poole, and then Susanna, the only DNF for the race. So, well, driver of the night. I'm honestly gonna have to give that to Thornton. That was a great drive from him. Very well calculated. You can't argue with it.
Yeah, like what it was is he was in a position to take advantage when Munro got it wrong. Because I was sort of a bit off screen when that happened, so I wasn't sure exactly what happened with Munro.
He looked like he went into Honda hairpin, just lit up the rear wheels a little bit, just on deceleration. That was all that Thornton needed.
Yeah, so you know, the thing is, Thornton was there like all race, you know, and Munro made a simple mistake once, and that's all it needed for Thornton to take the win, you know. But I also enjoy, give shout outs to Cortum who clawed his way back. You know, he was at that time, like, what was it, 15 seconds behind Hill?
Yeah.
You know, and he clawed that way, you know, so that would have been a good drive, but there's nothing taking away from Thornton's win, you know. So congratulations to him. You know, it would be a tough fight for him in race 2, being a reverse grid, you know. And Delaney did well in the second stint. You know, he kept up with him a lot better than he did in the first stint. It was unlucky for him to make that mistake, I think, in the dying 2 laps, you know, where he could have applied pressure to Munro. But you know, that didn't happen, and that was a well-deserved third for Delaney. And you know, Munro will be kicking himself.
Yep.
You know, I think that was his race to lose. Like, you know, I think he knows that, and it was just unlucky. Um, but yeah, good drive to Thornton, being there when he had the opportunity and he took it, and he took the win.
Yeah, well, I think I might take a quick break, make a quick coffee, and I'll be
Yep.
right back.
Same.
So, yeah, we'll be back for race number... Actually, I better just make sure that we have the time to go and make a coffee. Nothing worse than racing off and, oh no, you've only got 2 minutes till the next race. So, 3 minutes. No, I don't think I'm going to make it.
Yeah.
Oh well. Well, let's run through the starting grid for race number 2 at least. Geez. Reverse grid race, mixed grid everywhere. So we have got on pole position will be Poole in the 68 Send It Motorsport Australia Post Mustang. Beside him will be Chris Nipris in the number 61 Holden ZB. Then we have Lucas Dowd in car 89, Caldwell in the number 3 Star Trek Mustang, the second of the Send It Motorsport cars. Good to see 2 of them on the grid. Then we have Hum and Keane on row number 3, Hill Cortum on row 4. Keep an eye on the number 45 Mustang. He is going to be very, very quick. Ferguson and Richards on row 5. Over the page we go. We have got Cycluna, Reed, Cotter, Delaney, Munro, and Thornton. And we have not got Cezanne back. So, well, that's it. We've got 16 cars on the grid ready to race. So who's going to be game to put in a prediction on this one? That says it all, doesn't it?
All the fortune tellers are going to come. My second prediction was right.
Yep.
Mr. Richard.
Yep. I think that's M. Richards. Richards Riddy. So let's hear it, fortune tellers. What do you think?
Get your crystal balls out.
Yeah.
I think Cortum will be up there because he's a lot higher up in the grid than others, you know, and he's always fast. So
yep.
You know,
I was thinking the same.
He'll have definitely an advantage. And it all depends how clean this first lap is. You know, it might determine people the positions after this first 2 laps, I would say.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be very interesting. Turn number 1. I mean, I think all these guys can really get good starts. I'm going to have to go with you. Cortum is definitely the favourite. Well, Matt Cotter, he's not shy to send it, so expect him to come charging through the field.
Yeah.
And he's starting off of 13th. So let's quickly have a look at... no, that's not him. That's him right there in the other Sabre Commodore. So expect to see this car charge through the field on lap number 1. Well, anyway, let's get back into position as we get set for a start. The lights are on. We're about ready to get started. In fact, actually, we have someone starting behind the Mustangs there. 6 lights on and 6 lights out and away and racing. Oh, a bit of a tardy start from Nipris, but he gets a good second phase. Poole has got a bit of a hole shot heading into turn number 1. Dowd is trying to squeeze up the middle of both of Poole and Nipris, but we're going to head into turn number 1. Who's going to back out of it? It looks like Poole will get the hole shot. They're going to go 3 wide into turn number 2, but Nipris backs out of it, falls in behind, pulls up the track. Oh no, so Poole, after a great start, throws it away, and that leaves Lucas Dowd in the lead of the race. Let's head over to the Honda hairpin. See if we can catch a little bit of carnage here as the field starts to span out. We've got drivers going defensive already. That is Caldwell going up the inside. Nipris, he touches, and Nipris gets collected twice. Oh, and that looks like Cortum has been involved. That is Cortum. Oh no. Nipris is going to be absolutely filthy. He is going to be really filthy with that. So That was Caldwell who was involved in that. But meanwhile, Matt's just given Dowd a huge advantage. I totally forgot about Dowd.
Yeah.
But, just behind Hum, he's got Caldwell just behind. We've still got a little bit of chaos sorting themselves out behind in coming out of MG. So keep an eye. Where's Cotto? He's up to 8th already. Thornton just behind him as well. So what I tell you, keep an eye on the torpedo. As he now goes up the inside of the Terratech Falcon of Ferguson. And he will get it done easily.
Corton's gone off again, or did he go into the pits maybe?
He is in pit lane.
Yeah.
That was a very early stop. He must have a lot of damage on that Falcon Mustang. You have to ask what sort of damage is on the number 61 Commodore. So he got absolutely collected, not once, but
Caldwell's gone up to 2nd.
Yes, he has. Oh, that's backed up the entire field. Here comes Hummy. He's going to fight back up the inside. We've got Hill putting it up the inside of Reed. Oh, look at that. That is.
That says it all.
Yep. Oh, they're going side by side through the hay shed. Oh no! Who's that? Is that Thornton? That's Thornton off the track. He's managed to keep it all together. But Munro's going to try for a move going into MG. But Thornton's going to try it up there. Oh, look at that. Ran the outside. Oh, Thornton's given Ferguson a tap. And Delaney's had to check up.
He had to check up the field to try to give that position back. And that could have been a recipe for disaster, yeah.
Yep, and that's just given Munro a good chance to skip away from all that chaos. Oh, look.
Thornton is in a real sandwich here. Look at this. 3 wide. No.
Oh, no. Oh. Yeah. How did they not touch? Were the gods of netcode on our side that time?
That was impressive.
That was
almost 3 wide through turn 1.
Yep. A little bit crazy, but it works. Right, now we got cars swapping position. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Hum will try and fire it up the inside. You can bet your life on Keane. No, he can't. Not this time by. Jeez. They're just all lining up behind Hum at the moment. So, they head through the hay shed. Everyone line astern, although I see Hill just getting a little bit out of the train there. He's got Chris Munro right behind him as well.
Yeah, so, Munro's really closed the gap there.
Munro is...
Oh, he's had a moment.
He's got so much confidence. He's just going to send it around the outside of everyone. He's actually got the overlap done. Oh, a little bit of hip and shoulder. And he's made it work. Great move. Oh, no. Hang on a second. Give me a moment, everyone. Give me a moment. I want to become famous, but not through scams. Thank you. Okay. Turk Simmons, you want to be famous.
Don't we all?
Don't we all? Maybe I'll be able to afford my taxes.
Go the pirate. Yeah, the one-eyed Keane. He's in 3rd.
He's doing well.
Yeah. He's holding his own. He's got an angry pack behind him.
The angry pack is behind Hum. Here comes Reed up the inside. Big Sen. Will Cotter try and follow him through? No. Hum's actually going to argue the point. He's squeezing Reed. Reed gives him a little hip and shoulder. Cotter's going to try and follow him through. Here we go. A little dive bomb from Cotter. He's had to pull out of it. And I think it's just going to settle down for a second. Well, no, it's not. Look at that train. It is a really nasty looking train. Well, here we go again. Over Lukey Heights. Look, keep an eye on for the send. Oh, Cotter's had to back out of it. Hum's cooked it a little bit too hard into MG. He's managed to rotate it nicely. Oh, look at this behind.
And you know, and Munro's just getting caught up with that little battle as well.
So yeah, that advantage he got from Thornton touching Ferguson through MG, it's now gone. Now Hum's actually dropped behind, no, Munro's actually in front of Cotter. Oh, we're going to have to have a look at this. Yep, Munro's done it again. Oh, who was that? Was that Delaney sideways and out of control? Oh, look, Cotter and Munro just still. Oh, great racing by these guys.
You got Delaney, you got Thornton right behind Delaney.
Hill out wide. He's going to try and send it up the inside. Oh, someone's sending smoke
Delaney's
signals.
gone to the outside.
That was Chris Munro.
Oh, Munro's out.
He's just pushed it too hard that time. Can he rejoin safely? Yes, he can. But he goes all the way to the back.
And then he starts again.
Yep. Once again, gives us entertainment.
Yeah.
Still looking at the back of Hum. Oh, who was that? Was that Thornton? That was Thornton.
Whoa. It was too.
Wow. I wonder if he got a bit of a helping hand.
Yeah.
Whoa, what the? Whoa, what?
Lag.
I think Thornton is about to head to nah. Oh. Oh, this is not good. Oh no.
We got. Oh, so Reed's taken third off Keen.
Yes, he has. I'm just waiting to see what happens here because I have a feeling that we're going to lose Thornton any second now. And I just hope that when it does disconnect, he doesn't just go flying into the pack. Oh, this makes it so hard. I do think that Thornton has just yelled out, "Stop watching Netflix, I'm racing." Tell you.
Well, we've got Reed just about to pass Caldwell, and he has.
No, not yet.
Oh,
They're still
not yet.
side by side. Caldwell has to surrender it though. No, Caldwell sideways.
And while we're watching this, Dowd has just pulled a 10.5 second lead in front of everyone.
Yep. He's not
bolted.
messing around anymore. He's done.
Yeah.
See you later, guys. And meanwhile, Hum is still holding off Cotter. This Mustang is proving to be quite wide, but Cotter's going to just try and send it around the outside. It turned one, brave stuff. He's going to try and switch back, maybe send a little bit of a feint. And there he goes. So Cotter finally gets the move done. And meanwhile, Delaney up the inside of Hill. Hill's argued the point, and he's going to hold on to 7th position. This is just helping Thornton. No, actually, Richards, sorry. And Delaney's actually made the move around the outside at Siberia. Or are they still side by side through the hay shed? No.
Yeah, he's got that move done.
They're all starting to stack up behind Caldwell. Oh, jeez, that looks nasty. Oh, here comes Keane. He's going to try and put it up the inside of the last corner. It's not going to work. And has to settle in behind the Mustang down the straight. Cowell pulls to the left-hand side of the track as quickly as he can, trying to break the toe. Here comes Keane. Oh, he thought about it into turn one. Oh, here comes Keane. Oh, Cowell's trying to give him room. Oh, they're just lining up now. That rear bumper of Cowell will be absolutely melted.
Oh, he's a marked man, that's for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. The funny thing is, if we go on board with Keane and we're looking at the front, you can't really see the motorsport part of send it. So it looks like an instruction. Just send it.
Just send it. He's telling you what to do.
Yeah, just send it, guys. Oh, Keane sideways. That'll give Cotter a run through Hayshed. This will be brave stuff. Oh, they're still side by side.
He's gonna make it stick.
He's not going to make it stick. It's going to be vulnerable to Hum, although Hum just not close enough this time by. Oh, here we go. Cotter with the send into MG. Has to pull out of it. So, seen a lot of impatient driving so far, I have to say. You'd think that it was a 12-lap sprint race with these guys.
Yeah. Munro's past hill.
Yeah, Chris Munro's fighting back. What's happened to Delaney? Delaney's dropped all the way back. Is he a 141? He must have binned it somewhere or gotten binned.
Yeah.
Oh, Keane, another slide. Oh, Cotter! Oh, is he? Keane's man. Whoa, what racing! And Hum's trying to slide up the inside of Cotter. No, that was great racing all round by these guys.
Look at that train. Yeah, that's an angry pack.
Yep.
Oh, someone's got bad ping issues. Did you see?
Yeah, I think it might be Thornton still.
Yeah, he was all over the track.
He's right onto the back of this battle pack again. Oh, Ferguson.
Oh, he's got the inside.
Got it done. One mistake.
And Munro's past Hum. So he's on the charge as well.
Yes, he is. Tell you what, Reed's actually closing the gap between himself and Dowd. It's now down to 7 seconds.
He has to.
Oh, here we go. So Cotter up the inside of Cowdwell. Oh, he touches.
Oh,
he's tried to straighten him. Cowdwell is well wide.
Yeah, the stewards will be looking at that.
Oh, hang on a second. What? Wait a second. I just noticed something. I get it. That's a good reference. Cartier. I'm gonna have to take a quick photo of that, I think. That's just a little. Oh no, Cotter's actually readdressing that. It's a great honesty there by Cotter.
Yeah, that's good sportsmanship. 100%.
Well, it looked like he tried to straighten him up after the contact into turn number 1. So
yeah. That's probably, you're probably going a bit too fast to try to
it's a
push
high
back,
risk
push
move.
someone. Yeah, high risk. I think he acknowledged that, and
it's still going to send it on him.
but it doesn't stop him trying to send it the next corner.
What, I let him through? Now it's fair game. who's that that's wide? Is that Delaney? Delaney out wide, and that's going to let Scarcella get a run. And he gets the run easily. Although Delaney fighting back immediately.
Well, and Munro's up 4th. He's really on the charge.
Yep.
And he's keeping King's keeping his one eye on the rearview mirror.
I think we're gonna have to take a vote on what we change his name to in the Discord. I'm liking Snake.
I call Captain Eye maybe, you know, or Captain Patch.
Yeah, fair enough.
King Patch.
Around the outside. So Munro gets it done around the outside at Siberia. Another great move. Captain Keen. Yeah, there you go. Come on, chat. Let's hear some names for Keen. We gotta come up with a new name for him on Discord. So Hill now,
well,
he's proven to be a bit of a cork in the bottle now. He's got Richards and Thornton all over the back of him.
Yeah, and Reed's really closing the gap. 5.5 seconds to Dowd.
Yep. There we go. So Hill parking it. That's going to give switchback opportunity. Oh!
There's a touch.
A little touch. So there's the wake-up call for Hill. Under brakes for Honda. Richards going to send it around the outside.
And this helps Thornton as well.
Oh no, that's given Richards the inside line for the next corner. And Thornton will try and follow his teammate through, and he does indeed. So Hill gets freight trained a little bit there. He's going to argue the point through Hayshed. Yeah, great move.
Good driving there.
Yep. Hill is the caboose. Large father, sorry. 1313, I got nothing PG, sorry. You can put it in the chat. It won't show up on YouTube. It won't show up on the actual stream. So yeah, put it up there. We'll decide if we read it out or not.
PG?
Yeah, PG.
I'm in the wrong channel.
Yeah. Never said this was a family-friendly stream. Oh, we did every other stream. Okay, never mind. Now this will be a good message deleted by moderator incoming.
Yeah.
This is going to be interesting because Cowdwell, he's been caught by Niprus, and these two came together on lap 1. So,
yeah,
I think I'm pretty certain that Chris won't do anything silly. He's not that sort of driver, but I'm sure he'll give a little tap.
Give a little couple of love taps. Hey, remember me?
Yeah. Ruka, Chris having a bad run tonight. Yes.
Yes and no.
Well, yes. Yeah. His telling me his shifter broke, so he's running with paddles tonight. So and I can almost guarantee you that he is running with a clutch and heel and towing with paddle shift, and that is really hard.
Yeah. But he's having a failed crack at it.
He always has a fair old crack at it. He's right up behind Cicluna now.
Thornton's passed his teammate, Richards.
Yes, he has. These guys are actually also catching Hill, so this could turn to a 4-way battle. sideways for Cyclona coming out of the final corner.
We're going to start hitting the pit stop range of the race.
Well, who was that? Oh, that was Hilly. Just grabbed the dirt and he's just kept it on the track.
Well done.
He would have. That was half a tyre on the grass there.
Yeah.
Half a tyre. He's managed to hang on to it. So yeah, well done.
And Delaney's crawling his way back into 8, just past Ferguson.
Yeah. We got a few good battles up and down the field. So Ferguson is being caught by Matt Cotter. So this will be good. So we're going to focus on Cotter here. Let's jump on board with Matt Cotter actually. I'm sure he is fairly keen to make up for lost time. He's certainly got the pace. Oh, Ferguson gets a bit of a slide. Oh, there we go again. A little bit of slideways action there for Ferguson. That's just going to give Cotter the run. Cotter with much better drive. Gets the move done. Little slide is of his own. Just a little cheeky slide the tail out of the driver you're passing. Of course, you have to have style points. Well, speaking of battles, Keane, Hum and Thornton. I think in the next couple of laps we're going to have a battle between Reed and Dow. It's under 5 seconds, the gap.
Yeah, that's closing.
So Richards is sort of closing in on the back of his teammate as well. So this could be a four-way battle. And of course you have Delaney as well. We go Thornton, he's going to look around the outside of Hum. Hum just planting the car in the middle of the track. Thornton will try for the switchback, gets better drive, but nowhere for him to go. So we're now right on board with Thornton, the Repsol Commodore. Are we going to make it 3 wide into turn 1? Oh no!
He had to back out.
And
There's
Hum,
no way that was...
Hum's made it work around the outside. Now Thornton's going to try and make it around the outside into turn 2. As he's got it done. So, oh geez, Keane's just been absolutely bullied this last 2 corners, and it's not over yet because he's got Richards right behind him. In fact, Keane just letting him through. Oh, he said he was going to do that actually. I got excited for no reason. Thornton with a slide out of Honda. Now up into Siberia. Hum just running very deep in there. I thought he was going to go off the track actually, but he kept it on there. So this is the tightest battle on the track so far. Hum again, the leader of the train. Cotter's fighting his way into contention as well.
And Reed's got Reed's got the gap down to like 4 seconds, and Dowd's in pits.
Yep.
Yeah. And Hum's actually doing a good job keeping the 2 Red Bulls behind him.
Oh no, Richards into the pits. He's had enough. And this is going to work in Richards' favour, unless he can't pull it up before the line. I think he did. So, there we go. Thornton up the inside. Great move. Very brave move. Hum trying to fire straight back on him. The gap just wasn't there for him. So, Thornton. now moves his way up into 3rd position. So now next driver to have a dig at Hum will be Delaney. We're going to jump on board with him. Go. Oh.
Yeah, Hum's a bit sideways there.
And, well, the pressure's off Hum now. Oh, Delaney's sideways on the grass. And he's got to try and pull it up before the line. Can he? He does. Good job. And in fact, they're all coming into the pits now. Ferguson, Dowd.
Yeah, I think they just had to cover themselves with Cotter and Dowd, who jumped in.
Now this battle is still going between Caldwell and Nipris.
And Munro's still out. He's gone for another lap.
He's probably applying what he learnt from race 1 to this race. Caldwell will be all over the back of Reed now. Reed on cold tyres. Caldwell will be under pressure by Nipris as well.
So I'm guessing Caldwell and Nipris have yet to make the...
Yep, that's correct.
They're a bit out of order.
A little bit, so that I don't expect them to keep up with Reed for too long.
And Thornton has lost out to his teammate, Richards.
Yeah, well, Thornton may have had damage on his car. Oh, well, here we go.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, let's go, guys. 4-way battle between some of the best drivers on track. Don't mind if we do. And, Hum gets a drive-through for speeding in pit lane. Oh, jeez, that sucks.
That's unfortunate. He was doing such a good job.
Oh, Cotter was on the absolute limit of braking there. You can see the back of the 99 just dancing around as they entered MG. Let's jump on board with Thornton now. Actually got battles further down as well. Scarcella and Ferguson.
Yeah, we've got...
Whoa, who was that? That looked like Ferguson off the track. And he'll rejoin. That was a little bit weird.
Yeah, he might have just had a moment where he had a lot of oversteer, maybe.
Maybe grab the grass on the entry. It's been quite common tonight.
And you know, Chris Munro has yet to pit.
Yeah.
He's doing a real long first end.
And so is Chris Nipris as well. So the two Chris's in the field, they still haven't made their pit stop. Although, just as we say that, Chris Munro into the pits. So he's
It'll be good to see where he comes out. He'll come out behind Reed in front of Richard. It'll be good to see what the gap is.
Is Munro moving yet? No, he's not.
There he goes.
And Chris Nipris also into the pit lane as well. So there we go. The whole field has made their pit stop. But geez, these guys have got some pretty good tyres for the end of this race. And, well, there goes that angry pack we were talking about.
Oh,
So, yeah.
he's lost a massive amount of time.
Yep, the
Unreal.
undercut makes a difference around here. In fact, he's going to come out behind Keane. Oh, that's a huge amount of time that he's lost.
Wow. Yeah, that did not work out for him at all.
Still, these guys are battling pretty hard. So Richard's still having to defend. This is what his rear vision mirror looks like. He's full of 99. As Cotter up the inside, Richards gives him a lot of room.
Forces his way. Yeah.
Gave him a lot.
Probably a bit too much room. You didn't have to give that much.
Well, apparently you did.
I reckon he just got onto the brakes a bit too late.
Yep. Another little battle as well, brewing between Scarcello, Cycluna, and Hill. So definitely keep an eye on this little battle here, and then just behind that is a battle between Nippers, Hum, and Caldwell as well. So quickly check in on that one. Oh, Jesus.
And the battle for Cotter, Thornton, and Delaney is really close too.
Yeah, so this is a great race. Sorry, I missed it, but who won the first race? That would be Dave Thornton. Alex Spinozzi.
Yep.
So let's actually check in with this three-way battle between Cotter, Thornton, and Delaney. Oh, God, he drives it so hard into turn number 2. But it seems that works for Cotter, having a slightly unstable car. Oh, that's the wrong camera that we wanted. There we go. Oh, look at that. Slides it into Honda. Again, so Thornton definitely looks a lot stronger in this phase of the race in comparison to Cotter. Positions being swapped down the back here, Caldwell and Hum. So this is a good three-way battle. This is for 13th position, by the way. So these guys
Just as exciting.
Yeah. Oh, Delaney now, fastest lap of the race. Check back with these guys a little bit later because I'm sure that these guys are still battling away. Yeah, again, Cotter, that really unstable approach to turn number 2. But, geez, it works for him, it has to be said.
Yeah, everyone's got their own style, you know, obviously. He's definitely got his own.
I know there's more than one reason he gets called the torpedo.
Yeah. I don't know. And Reed's slowly chipping away at that time from Dowd. He's got 11 laps. And I reckon he will catch him.
Yeah, it can be done. Ooh, little lock up, but what's going on?
I don't know.
Net code, don't let us down. Oh, Cotter
he's
wide.
gone.
Oh, Delaney!
Oh, Delaney's gone into the wall.
I don't know
He's
if he
held
hit
it,
the
though.
wall.
It looked like, I think the wall saved him.
Whoa, Thornton. Thornton, yell at your family. Get off Netflix. Praying to the NBN gods here. Oh, Connor's gone this time.
Oh, was there contact?
No, there wasn't. He just
No.
got on the throttle a little too hard.
I
and
just
around
looked
he
away
went.
for 1 second and everything happened.
Now it's
That's all it
just V8 supercar things.
That's all it takes. Just that one little
Bit
too much
like,
on the throttle.
yeah, a bit like those DTM cars.
Yeah.
Let's focus back here on this battle. That's just coming through Hayshed. This is Chris Munro on the back of Keane. I'll tell you what, Munro will be very frustrated right now. Because Keane... Oh, here we go. Here's the send. Just
I think
parks
King
it
just
there.
let him have that. Yeah.
Yep. Oh, he's fighting back, I tell you right. He's not letting him go easily. Now, the 185 Nissan just seems to pull away a little bit in a straight line. So that was pretty well done and dusted. Thornton has just pulled away a little bit from Delaney. So, and Keane is just not able to hold on to the back of Chris Munro. So I guess that means we can check in with the only other close battle on the track, that is Chris Nippers and Caldwell.
I reckon Chris Nippers, did he pitted later than Caldwell, but Caldwell was in front of him before the pit.
Yeah, that's correct.
So obviously, I'm not sure if there was a pass made, but I think Chris made the overcut work.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah.
So, just got a couple more laps to go to hold off Caldwell. Now, this has been a pretty good recovery drive for Chris Nippers, actually. After getting turned around lap 1. He's managed to just chip away and get himself up into 13th position. So he'll be somewhat satisfied. He'll still be pretty upset about the contact in Honda hairpin, but he'll be satisfied with fighting back to 13th, that's for sure.
Yeah. I don't think that contact was in any way his fault. So
No, it was a racing incident.
Racing incident. Things like that happen.
Lap 1.
He put his head down.
Yeah.
And
He's doing a good job so far. Doing the family proud so far. He's not really cracking under the pressure from Caldwell. Oh no, who's that? Thornton. Thornton's off the track at Honda.
yeah.
Wow.
I'm not sure if that can be internet issues. Maybe.
Maybe. He definitely went off the track. Don't know if there was any contact. He was out by himself, so I'd say he's just cooked it into Honda.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just... Oh, hang on. I think that's internet.
I definitely saw something.
Oh, oh no!
Oh no!
That's taken out Chris Munro and
there's another one.
oh,
And Richard. Richards? Is that Richards?
That's Thornton still. And I'd say he's parking it. And yep, he's gone. So internet issues once again take out Dave Thornton after a great race 1. Hope there's not too much damage on the back of Chris Munro's car. Jeez, what a weird night for Dave Thornton.
Yeah. And all it takes is just a bad internet connection to ruin your race. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. That's sim racing things, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, it's not like there's no lack of action because Reed is really closing the gap to Dowd.
Yes, he is. In fact, we'll use that as an excuse to check out our leader. His mum was streaming Netflix. Dowdy's doing a good job. It'll be one thing for Reed to catch, it'll be another thing to pass, that's for sure.
Well, and he's still got a bit of time.
Oh, there's plenty of time, but...
You know. I think Dowd pitted first. So his tyres might be a bit older.
Yeah, how you going? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Look how wide he was there. Wow. Nearly into the grass. Down to 1.5 seconds. What an interesting, you know, this race has just been like just up and down, sideways. Like Delaney's gone off the track a few times and he's in third.
Yeah, Cotter's been off the track twice, so he's had to readdress a bit of a punt. And yeah, he's up to 5th. Chris Munro's probably had the worst luck.
Yeah.
Of all the cars for Thornton's internet connection to let him down on, it had to be Chris Munro, didn't it?
Yeah.
But I do notice that Thornton is back in the server, so hopefully he's sorted out his internet. Get back
and that will probably be mostly just to have the point, so he doesn't classify it as a DNF.
Well, he's back on track now, so
yeah, he's thinking championship.
Yep. Oh, Dowd's around. He's gone. Our leader's out.
The pressure's cooked him. He knew.
Oh no.
And he's locked the brakes into turn 2.
Yep. Saw that live. I'd say he's probably not flipped the throttle enough, and that sent the rear around.
Yeah. He's just deflocked it. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Dowd. That'll be so disappointing for him. He had such a great run up to that point. But yeah, you hate to see it.
Yeah.
That gives us a chance to look back at, well, Cycluna and Chris Munro. They're still going at it, hammer and tongs. And Munro just trying to fight back after, well, the internet gods did not play nice with him. He's trying to go around the outside at Honda. That's a brave move, but it's paid off.
Well,
Cyclone's off the track, and Munro takes an easy position.
Yeah.
Just
he
like
just
that.
outbroke himself and...
You can get it winning it, and you can get it pinning it.
And gifted Munro a position. Can Munro now catch Keane?
Well, that's going to be a big ask. Oh, Cycluna, is he off again? Yeah, he's had another off. This time around Siberia. Yeah, dirty tyres, cooked tyres. It's it takes a while for the tyres once you have a spin to for them to start to cool down. Oh, they're so cooked that they haven't a grip at all.
Yeah, and plus, you know, because there's, you know, certain corners are so high load, you won't rest. It might take you sometimes like a good 2-3 laps even to cool, you know, cook tyres around this place. But you know what? Delaney is actually catching Dowd so quick. It was 10 seconds. I think Dowd had another off.
Quite potentially, because he's dropped down to 15 seconds behind Reed.
Yeah. So I reckon Dowd's made another mistake. Delaney's in a chance to grab second.
Yeah.
And Munro's catching Keane as well. 1.3 seconds. 1.2.
And, Dave Thornton sets the fastest lap of the race, so He's off doing qualifying times. Oh, that's Ferguson, who's had a spin at Honda. He'll be under pressure from Cycluna. You know who this is going to benefit the most. It'll benefit Nippers the most. So we'll keep an eye on this battle because that could become a 3-car battle any moment now. But, well, Keane has been caught by Chris Munro now, so well, it's on again. This is round number 2, I think.
Yeah, at least. But does Keane just get out of the way? If I was Keane, I would just try to keep position.
Oh, yeah, I would too.
You know? Yeah.
One eye or not.
But let's see what he's got
No,
in
he's
the
letting him
arsenal.
through. Oh, come on. Polite driving by Keane. He's just grabbing points tonight by the sounds of things. So, well, that's the end of that battle, unfortunately. So,
Yeah. I wanted something more, you know?
yeah, I was hoping for something more too. Yeah, anyway, here's something more. Cycluna and Ferguson. Here we go. We're going to see a send here from Cycluna. Oh, Cycluna, he's wide.
No.
He's sending it anyway. Oh, they touched. They're both off.
Yeah, that was a bit naughty, I reckon.
Oh, he was out wide onto the grass. He's going to rejoin in front of Nipris. And Nipris will take the position. Oh,
yeah.
Oh, he's done it. Oh, but Cycluna's not letting it go though. The YouTube title. I have to look that up. I want to know if it's a real video. So I wonder if there was any damage done to Ferguson's Falcon in that little collision.
I don't think in a big way. I think you'll be alright.
Yep.
The question is Delaney going to cut Dowd? I reckon that's the next
That's going to be
big thing. You know, he's doing almost a second a lap faster.
Is he going to run out of time though?
He's got probably what 3 laps at 2.5 seconds. I've just been watching that time just get smaller and smaller.
Oh, Reed's into the penultimate lap. The story here is, can Delaney take 2nd position?
So let's see the times. Dowd a 1:34.3, a 1:33.5.
Yep, so almost a second.
Almost a second with 2 laps to go. And he's 2.2 seconds. This is going to be cool.
Going to be very tight.
And Nipris has lost his position. Yeah.
Yes, I did notice that. I was pointedly ignoring that.
Chris, like, Dev, you know, why did you say that on the stream?
Yeah. No, I'll probably get a couple of angry text messages. Why did you put me on the stream?
Let's go with Chris.
Let's go with Chris.
Let's go with Chris. Let's see how he's doing.
We're coming up to the final lap, so we really should be giving some screen time to this guy here, Peter Reed. I keep calling him Phil Reed, but that's a driver who doesn't turn left or right.
No,
So,
he just goes really fast in a straight line.
yeah, for about 4 seconds. I'm just waiting for chat to absolutely brutalise me on that one. I'm just waiting for it. But anyway, Peter Reed is making his way around Phillip Island for the last time in this race. I do believe that we have one more race to go. believe there's 3 races tonight, perhaps? Or maybe not, I don't know.
Oh, Delaney's down to... Oh, he's really catching him.
He has caught him. 7/10 now between himself and Dowd.
Last lap. I think Dowd made a mistake.
He surely has.
And it's still early part of the track, you know?
Yep. Still a few passing opportunities left for Delaney.
It'll come down to like literally like the last couple corners if Delaney can catch him.
And Hummer's actually on the back of Caldwell as well. Cyclona is catching Ferguson too.
It's all happening in the last lap.
Yeah. This guy here, he's done well. He's taken out another reverse grid race. So, Peter Reid wins race number 2 of round 5. Great drive from Reid there. But, well, it's not over yet between Dowd and Delaney. As, well, now it's over, so Dowd hangs on for second. Delaney has to settle for third. Now let's down the field. Ferguson. Oh, Ferguson sideways. That's going to give Cyclona a chance. As we're heading up towards Lukey Heights. Really the last chance for Cyclona. Put it up the inside of Ferguson. Has to rely on Ferguson to make a mistake now. Oh, Ferguson sideways. I think he's run out of rear tyres. As rounds the final corner, Ferguson should hang on. No, Cyclona's got a good run out of the final corner. Won't be enough. Now the final battle on the track. We have Hum and Cyclona. Oh, sorry, Hum and Caldwell. Sorry. The 2 teammates in one battle there. And Caldwell rounds the final corner and he'll hang on for 13th position ahead of Hum. Great racing all night long. Boy, that was absolutely wild. Let's see if we can't find our race winner. There he is, Peter Reid. So let's run through the final standings. So Peter Reid and Lucas Dowd will take out the first 2 positions, followed by Delaney rounding up the podium. Then we have Richards, Cotter, Chris Munro after being a bit of a victim of a bit of lag. Then we have Keane, Scarcella, Hill, Ferguson. Over the page we have Cyclona, Nipris, Caldwell, Hum, Poole, Thornton, and then Cortum, DNF. After, well, some lap 1 shenanigans took him out of the running. I have a feeling that is all we have tonight. I'll just double check the Discord. Looks like there's nothing really going on. So I'd say that would be it. Yeah, it looks like that is it. I might just change the stream. We'll just double check that we haven't got another server being set up for another race. Doubt there is another race. It's already 9 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks like I think we're all done.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well.
That was fun.
Well.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was a great 2 rounds. You know, 2 races.
Fantastic racing all night long. Geez, let's just change the stream up a little bit. There we go. Oh, we're going to wrap it up here. Drive of the race. I'm going to go with Matt Cotter. He was definitely having a go. He made a few mistakes. He readdressed, but he still managed the top 5. I'm going to have to give him driver of the race for race 2.
Yeah. But
Just,
you have to give it to the 2 winners, to Dave Thornton and to
oh yeah,
Peter
of course.
Reid. They drove amazingly. Reid had a good drive too. You know, he was a good 20 seconds. Was it 20 seconds behind?
About 10 seconds behind Dowd.
10 seconds. Dowd.
And he clawed it back. Yeah.
So that was a good drive.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, Cotter was just having a battle all race.
Yep. And but I really appreciate it when drivers aren't afraid to have a bit of a send. And well, Matt Cotter is definitely a driver who likes to have a bit of a send.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess we're going to wrap up the stream there. Thank you very much to Steve Duro for joining me in the commentary box. Looking forward to broadcasting the GT Club next Friday at Yas Marino night race meeting, which is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And then of course you've got your GT4 league starting next year, 15th of January, wasn't it?
Correct.
Yeah. Yep. So that's going to be really exciting to see as well. And of course, here at Go Race Promotions Sim Sports, we have on the 7th of January the second TCX event, which is going to be very exciting. We're racing at Kyalami, and we've also introduced GT4 replacing TCR as well. So there's a good opportunity for anyone looking to compete in GT Club's GT4 series just to get a bit of time behind the wheel. Yeah, looking forward to that one as well. But otherwise, we also have this Thursday Super GT, so which you're in that one as well, running in the GT3, leading the championship, I do believe.
I am.
Yeah,
it's a close battle.
Yeah, how much ballast have you got on that car?
I don't know. Too much.
Too much.
Lighten me up, man. Lighten me up.
No,
The Merc doesn't like it.
That's not how this works. Oh, you're only carrying 51 kilos. Justin Reddyx is carrying 61.
Oh, see how it goes.
Yeah.
What track is it?
It is Sugo, I believe. I'm 99% sure it's Sugo. Hang on, I'll just double check that. Sportsland Sugo.
Ooh.
So yeah.
I haven't really raced that track actually.
That's not a bad little track, but yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I think we will wrap up the stream there. Make sure you hit the follow button. Make sure you hit the subscribe button. Send some biddies my way if you like. Just saying. Or don't. Whatever. Yeah, so thank you very much for joining us wherever you are in the world. And yeah, once again, thank you to Steve Duro for joining me in the commentary box.
Nice.
All right, then. We'll see you later, guys.